2020 City and Nashua Planning Board. Linda, could you go ahead and call the roll, please?
Mayor Donches? Mike Pedersen?
Present.
And is there anybody in the room with you?
No humans.
Scott Leclerc?
Present and alone.
Adam Varley?
Here, and there's no one in the room with me.
Ed Weber?
Here, no one in the room.
Alderman David Tenza? Alderwoman Jan Smith?
I am here and alone.
Dan Hudson? Maggie Harper?
Here and alone.
Bob Bollinger?
Here and alone.
And Larry Hirsch?
Here and alone.
Okay, and we have a quorum.
Okay. So for the board members, we have in front of us minutes from the September 24th, 2020 Planning Board meeting. Has anybody had a chance to read through the minutes and want to make a motion as to whether they're acceptable as written or need amendment?
Motion to accept the minutes.
We have a motion by Mr. Hirsch to accept the minutes from the 24th of September 2020. Do we have a second on that?
Second from Ms. Harper.
Second from Ms. Harper. Any further discussion from the board? Can I get a roll vote on that?
Mike Pedersen?
Yes.
Scott Leclerc?
Yes.
Adam Varley?
Abstain.
Ed Weber?
Yes.
Alderwoman Jan Schmidt?
Abstain.
Maggie Harper?
Yes.
Bob Bollinger?
Abstain.
And Larry Hirsch?
Yes.
And that motion passes.
Okay, thanks. So communications, if someone from the planning department want to go through what we received?
Yes, I'll go. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'll go through the items that were emailed out to you today that we received after the packets were sent out. So first, we have an email from engineering regarding case number 1 and number 6, which is the Pennachuck Middle School, and they're the engineering comments. Next up, we have some information regarding case number 2 and 7, which is the West Glenwood Auto Body Shop. We have an email from the city engineer, and then we have 2 emails from the applicant's engineer, Paul Chisholm. And they are asking the board to hear the case tonight, but not asking them to make a decision until engineering comments are received, but we'll discuss that when that case comes up. And then we have, let's see, and also with that were the engineering comments dated October 6th that were from Engineering Joe Mandola. Next up, we have information regarding case number 3, 1 Morningside Drive. We received engineering comments. And then we also received a waiver request letter from the applicant asking for an additional waiver. Next is case number 4, 599 West Hollis Street. We received an email from the city engineer stating that they feel that the applicant is ready to go to the planning board. There should just be a condition of approval. We received an updated stormwater letter from the applicant's engineer. Then we received 2 letters in support of the plan from the Millers at 7 Wesley Road, a letter of support from the Corbetts at 6 Wesley, and then we received 2 letters in opposition to the project from Lisa Callery at 1 Lantern Lane, and then from Gary and Danielle Cook at 599 West Hollis. Then we have some information from case number 5, which is 453 South Main Street. We received an email from the city engineer that, that they're comfortable with this project moving forward. And then we also received an updated plan. Next is case number 8, 190 Broad Street. We received a letter from the city engineer that this project should be able to move forward. We received a letter from engineering, from the applicant's engineer, Hayter Swanson.
Stop the video so nobody can see that.
Can we ask everybody to please mute? Thank you. They received a letter with responses to the engineering comments. And then finally, we have sent out some information regarding our discussion item number 1, 8 Merritt Parkway. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to go ahead and read the introductory statement of procedures for the meeting. So I'm Scott Leclerc. I'm the chair of the City National Planning Board. And again, this is the 8th of October, 2020 Planning Board meeting. As chair of the Planning Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Sununu as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the Governor's Emergency Order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note there's no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting, which is authorized to meet electronically pursuant to the Governor's Emergency Order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are, number 1, providing public access to the meeting by telephone with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. We are video conferencing utilizing Zoom. Public access to this meeting is provided via Zoom, and the link to the meeting is contained in the meeting agenda and the city's website. The meeting can also be streamed through the city's website at www.nashuanh.gov/318/CTV on Nashua's community link. The public may also view this meeting on Comcast channel 16. Number 2, we're providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. If anyone has any problem accessing the meeting, please call 603-589-3115 and they will help you connect. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting via the methods mentioned above or before, the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I'm in control of the meeting, and to the extent practical and advisable, the board will follow the procedures as identified in its bylaws. The applicant will first present their case, followed by questions by the board. We'll allow for a rebuttal period as best as possible for persons wishing to speak in favor or with questions or opposition before the board deliberates and determines an outcome. Note that applicants and their representatives and individuals required to appear before the board are appearing remotely. They're not required to be physically present. Applicants, their representatives, and individuals required to appear before the board may have contacted the planning department to arrange an alternative means of real-time participation if unable to use Zoom. Please note that all votes during this meeting will be taken by a roll call vote, and that planning board meetings will be held electronically until it's been deemed safe to conduct more typical meetings at City Hall. The board, the planning department, and city staff want to thank everybody for their understanding and patience during this difficult time. Okay, report at chairman, committee, and liaison. Ed, do we have anything to report?
No.
Okay. Moving on, old business conditional special use permits, there are none. Old business subdivision plans, there are none. Old business site plans, there are none. New business conditional special use permits. Item number 1, case number 1 is going to be City of Nashua owner application and acceptance of a proposed conditional use permit for changes to Pennachuck Middle School properties located at 207 Manchester Street. I'm going to go ahead and hear this this application with the associated new business site plan, which is number 6, which is again City of Nashua owner application and acceptance of proposed site plan amendment to Pennachuck Middle School to construct additions, complete renovations, and upgrade the existing school layout. Again, this property is located at 207 Manchester Street. So for the board, I'm going to start with new business number 1, the conditional special use permit. Does anybody want to make a motion as to whether this application is ready for the board to take jurisdiction?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Mr. Bollinger. Is that motion to take jurisdiction, Mr. Bollinger?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Correct. Okay, thanks. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harper. Any further discussion by the board? Can we get a roll vote on that, please?
Mike Peterson,
yes,
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Varley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
yes,
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch,
Yes.
and that motion passes 8-0.
Okay, now regarding new business site plan, number 6. We have a motion as to whether that site plan application is ready to take jurisdiction.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept jurisdiction over site plan, new business item number 6.
All right, so there's that motion to take jurisdiction by Mr. Bollinger. Do we have a second on it?
second, Mike
Second by
Peterson,
Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? Can I get a roll vote on that, please?
Mike Peterson,
yes,
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Varley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
yes,
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch,
Yes.
and that motion passes 8-0.
Okay, so do we have someone for the applicant that wants to present these applications? And if you could start with the conditional use permit, that would be appreciated. If you can go right into the site plan.
Sure. So my name is Sam Forg. I am a senior civil engineer with Harriman. I'm here representing the Joint Special School Building Committee and the Nashua School Department for the proposed modifications at the Pennachuck Middle School. In regards to the conditional use permit, it's something that we're looking to obtain to basically utilize the site and remain as a school. It's been in existence now for a number of years. There shouldn't be any detractions for surrounding neighbors or anything. None of the modifications or site layout changes will impact the surrounding neighborhood. Again, it's something that's been utilized as a school for a number of years now. So just looking to kind of obtain that same conditional use.
Okay, thanks. And I note that you do have the letter in the packet that goes through the 9 criteria for our conditional use acceptance. Okay. Can you go right into the site plan then?
Absolutely. Am I able to share my screen?
Yeah, should be able to. Yeah.
Okay. So as discussed, this is a project for new additions and modifications at the existing Pennachuck Middle School. It's located at 207 Manchester Street. There's one single main entrance located off of Manchester Street, which enters into the site. People can be directed in 2 different ways. There's a perimeter loop around the entire school. Bus traffic generally comes in here. We'll park along the sidewalk, drop off students, loop around this bus loop area, and then be able to exit. There's parking, the majority of which is located kind of on this southern end of the school. But there's also some parking located in the northern part of the school, which has some convergence with the bus traffic as it exists right now. There's a number of athletic fields also located to the north or northeast of the site, including basketball courts, tennis courts, track and field areas, and ball fields. For purposes of this project, we're not disrupting or disturbing anything beyond the existing fence line, which is why it's not shown as part of this package. Current enrollment at the school is roughly 650 students, and approximately 2/3 of those students utilize buses, whereas 1/3 either walk to school or are dropped off by a parent or guardian. So what we're doing at the school with these proposed additions and modifications, there's a proposed increase in student enrollment at the school from about 650 to 800 students. And therefore we need to provide some additional classrooms as well as some other spaces for the school. There's 2 new classroom wings that are provided with an addition located here and another addition located here. This addition is more of a multi-space learning center area. We've got another addition that is going to be a music room, and another small addition located here, which is for mechanical room services. In the revised plan, what we've chosen to do is try and separate any general traffic from bus traffic, utilizing the same curb cut location here. Parents will be allowed to come through here and drop off their students in a dedicated drop off and through lane. So if folks are parking to allow their students to get off onto the sidewalk and ultimately enter into the school, they're able to do so. Those that want to continue moving forward, we've also provided a through lane so that folks can get around parked vehicles here and then ultimately loop back around the site and exit. All the parking is now going to be concentrated in this area as well. So again, kind of eliminating the convergence of bus travel from the general traffic and staff and visitors alike. We're also proposing a new right turn off of Manchester Street, and this is going to be used by bus traffic as well as emergency vehicles. For bus traffic, again, they would enter into the school here, come down, loop through here, and ultimately come back. And so the only convergence of general traffic and bus traffic will be located kind of at this point. Harriman does a lot of schoolwork design, and this is something that we try to do. And the priority, obviously, for these sites is safety of students and staff. And with the separation, that's something that's going to be enhanced on the site. And as I said, something that's kind of emerged with the city, and something that is something that is preferred, is ultimately having 2 means of egress or exit kind of onto the site. And so what we've done is obviously provided this additional egress location for emergent vehicles. In case something happens, this is something that would allow for emergency vehicles to get onto the site as quick as possible. And I guess the last piece is that we are also going to be modifying some areas along Manchester Street. And so what you have seen here is a pretty realized concept design that has been provided by our traffic engineering consultant, Vanass and Associates. We're currently in the middle of design development, and we will be working closely with the city's DPW to ensure that all parties are satisfied. I know that the school department is looking to have this as a signalized intersection. And again, with the amount of traffic that, or with the amount of students that actually walk to the school, and with the fact that there's a highway here, a lot of traffic comes through. So having a signalized intersection, I know, is something that's going to be strongly, proposed by the school department. And again, working close in hand with the DPW to get this this design finalized and worked through. Lastly, with the new additions, again, we're required to meet certain environmental regulations. This project is triggering an alteration of terrain permit through the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, for which we've already submitted our application. Each of the new additions will have a roof drain, which is directed into a subsurface infiltration system. And therefore, we're really enhancing the environmental health of the site. Currently, there's I don't believe that there are any major best management practices on the site. There are some lower detention areas that allow for infiltration, but beyond that, what we're doing is going to greatly enhance, again, the overall environmental health of the site. And then this last picture is just to show an elevation views of what the classrooms are going to look like. Again, not necessarily my area of expertise, but what they're doing is showing brick veneer and some pre-finished concrete, which will kind of break up the brick veneers in the elevation views. But it's something that I wanted you guys to see and be able to take a look at. So with that, I'll turn it over to you guys and answer any questions that you may have. Appreciate your time.
Okay, thanks. Can you put the just the site plan back out? Can you just run through, so the bus traffic coming from north and south, the buses, any of the buses coming in on the signalized intersection or potentially future signalized intersection?
No, I believe that all bus traffic will be located and conveyed through here.
Okay. So there's none coming from the top end. And you said the buses come back out, but they have to cross the incoming?
So the loop will carry them back out to this point,
Yeah.
and they'll have to merge back in this location.
And how many buses can actually sit, like, let's say there is a signalized intersection there, and it's red. How many buses can actually stack in that queue going out like there?
I believe it will only be about 2 that can be in this kind of in this area.
Yeah. So I'm guessing, how does that work? If there's 5 buses coming out and the light's red, are they stacking back on the other side of?
Yeah, they'd be stacking back in here.
So is there anything to keep them from, not that, other than training, I guess, to not literally end up in the middle of the cross?
Well, I mean,
Blocking the whole thing.
yeah, no, it's a great point. And this configuration is also subject to change. There's potential that we could elongate this, but the idea is to kind of train them to actually stack back here before exiting.
Right. Yeah, I guess I just see that being complicated and be very tied to light timing and a lot of different things. There was no concept to get that bus route back onto Manchester Street. I mean, is there a reason why that couldn't get back out on a dedicated bus exit?
Well, the
The reason
difficulty
why you
is,
didn't want to, I guess.
yeah, the difficulty is that that the highway is obviously located here. So
Right.
having this come back on and be able to turn right where there's potential traffic concerns and accidents that could happen with a location as close to here. But certainly something to investigate further.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, my name's Jamie Willett with Harriman.
Go ahead, Jamie. Yeah, sure.
We've had a few discussions with this intersection with the school, and right now they actually have a trouble finding assistance directing traffic or crosswalk at the major intersection here. And so I guess our understanding from them is that they do have staff that can help direct minimal traffic, which brings it back onto site, which actually, somebody could be here and help the buses egress when the light turns green. and then, hold up people here. We have, or excuse me, I'm pointing like you guys can see this, but there are stop bars there to help keep the buses from entering kind of that on-site intersection. And we've also talked about providing signage to provide buses the right of way during the 5 minutes or so, or not even 5 minutes. The buses are kind of leaving the site and coming into site.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't kid you. It looks complicated to me, and we have another high school that has a similar configuration going in that's just, requires crossing or traffic directors. And it's tough to design a building that requires somebody to actually have to manage traffic, at those times. It seems like, that's not a great idea to me. But I'll leave it up to the board. Folks from the board, do you have any other questions regarding this plan? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Ballinger, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposed signal at Manchester Street and Ferry Road, was there any sort of warrants analysis done to actually justify signal installation at that location? I guess that's question number one. And then I guess question number two sort of dovetails upon what Mr. Leclerc offered. It looks like the egress point of the school is maybe 60, 70 feet. I'm trying to scale. Sometimes the scale doesn't always come clearly on the packets we receive, but it looks like you're potentially going to have some major queuing issues there. It's a very concentrated peak, and I understand that, probably not lasting more than 15 minutes or so, but I guess I'm more interested, was the signal wishful thinking, or did you actually go through a warrants analysis? Because I can't quite find anything in the packet in the Vanessa and Associates analysis that indicates a warrants analysis was done.
So a warrants analysis has not been done. Again, this is something that that is wished upon by the school department in order to increase the safety of the intersection. They believe that the intersection currently has had a number of different accidents that have occurred, and again, with the number of students that are walking, having it signalized would just increase the safety. In terms of what will happen with the warrants, again, and we're working with Vanessa and Associates on furthering this design, and that will likely come.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your response. Mr. Chair, and for members of the board, I would just like to point out, and I'm sure engineering staff would concur, there's a very specific set of criteria by which a signal would be installed. It's not just because you want one or you think it would be beneficial. There's a very specific and elaborate engineering analysis that would go on. So I guess I would not presuppose that a signal would be required here, and I think that should be something that the board considers in this case. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that's correct. I'm sorry to jump in. Again, this is something that we are going to be working with the city hand in hand on. It's something that I think they've expressed similar concern over, but it's, again, this is what the school board is hoping for right now, and ultimately the analysis will have to reflect that.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that. It just with the traffic engineering analysis that we've been provided, it looks like it was a very generic analysis of all three middle schools, up to and including the proposed middle school for the southern part of the city. So I just want to put out there, the traffic signal installation itself has set the cost aside. You're probably talking six figures just for that. I think it's a little bit premature to presuppose signal installation, but I'll leave it at that. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Yeah, thanks. One more question I had is, I guess my other concern I'd like to bring up is, has this concept been reviewed, or has there been any discussion, thought, analysis about how maybe the busing versus drop off ratio might change going forward. There's a lot of discussion about, are people going to ride the bus as much going forward with sort of the COVID thing happening? Are we going to see a change in the busing quantity versus the drop off quantity versus the drive yourself quantity? I understand it's a middle school. There's not going to be a lot of drive yourself, but I'm just wondering if the numbers that we're thinking about are even the right numbers right now. So,
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we're obviously dealing with kind of across the board with a lot of our school sites, and it's something certainly for consideration that our traffic consultants will take under account. Right now, a 2/3, 1/3 split, 2/3 of those using bus traffic and about a third either walking to the school or being dropped off. I find to be pretty high, and maybe it increases a little bit. And especially with the increase in students as well. But that would definitely be something to discuss with the traffic consultants as well, and if they're seeing any differences right now with COVID.
Mhm. Other questions by the board for the applicant?
Weber,
Mr. Weber?
thank you. When I was at the site, I noticed there are a few dumpsters, and I don't see any dumpsters places on the plans. I could be wrong. Can you point them out if there is?
That's a good question. I do not believe that we have the dumpsters relocated on the site.
Okay.
However, we will find a location for those.
Okay. The reason I say it is I've been to a number of schools. We've had a number of schools come before us over the years, and it seems that most of the time the dumpsters are just dropped, and also a number of clothing outlets, dumpsters and book depositories are where they just come in and ask you to dump books into their dumpster. And I understand that has been squashed, that there's not going to be any more book depositories put on the sites, but if they do, they have to be inside of a dumpster, and inside a fence enclosed. They have to be enclosed. So I think that is a necessary thing to have put on as a stipulation, just to make sure that it is done properly to ordinance. That's all. And I'll talk later amongst my ideas with the rest of the members, because I don't see, when I go and pick up my grandkids, this configuration isn't a problem.
Mr. Chair, may I, this is Alderman Clee, may I speak for a moment?
We're in the board hearing right now, so I haven't asked for external yet, but are you part of the applicant group?
I'm part of the
or-
Joint Special School Board Committee.
Okay. Yeah,
Relative to this.
sure. Yep.
Thank you
go
so
ahead,
much
Paul.
for taking my comment. I agree with what everybody said about the traffic study, but currently I've actually directed traffic at Pennachuck the way it is right now, and the buses are double laned queuing. It becomes quite dangerous for the children to go in between all the school buses. This is a real safety issue. That's why we kind of came up with the buses coming in way, dropping the children in the back. Right now, the parents drop the children in the back and the schools from the front, and the parents have to go all the way around the school, and they queue in with the buses where they're double-sided, stacked up. This is my opinion as a layperson, and having seen the children trying to literally run across the street, I can tell you that the traffic on Manchester Street does not stop. I stood there, I walked the children from one corner to the other corner. I'm halfway in the intersection and cars go by. It is a very, very, very scary. I would not want to see a light there on a permanent, 24/7 basis, but I would like to see something there to help protect these children, to help get these stacked buses and stacked school. Because things back up, I can tell you that the parents park on Ferry Road there, as well as on Manchester Street, and the children run across just to get into those cars. So it's not just the children that walking and live there that are crossing that street. It's the ones that are getting to their parents' cars. It's extraordinarily dangerous. I cannot say enough as to how this is. So as part of being on the joint school board, and speaking to this was one of the things that I made as a priority. Um, it and I don't want to. I think all the studies need to be done, the traffic studies, the engineering studies. I don't want to bypass that, but I do need to put that information in as to how horrible this is, and I don't want to see a child hurt there. I can tell you there were a lot of near misses the day that not just the days, I was there, I think probably about 5 or 6 days. This was my husband. So I just wanted to add that. And so when you're making your consideration and your deliberation, I think we do need to take that into consideration. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Leclerc, this is Alderman Dowd,
Yeah, go ahead, Alderman.
and I'm the chairman of the Joint Special School Building Committee.
Yeah.
And I'm also the Alderman of Ward 2. Manchester Street traffic has increased significantly. People are using it to get to Tinker Road to go up and bypass Amherst Street to get out to Continental Boulevard. So the traffic has increased. We're adding 150 students to the school, and there'll probably be more walkers. That intersection is not safe for children. And when I looked into the warrant issue, I thought that if it was a safety issue revolving the school, all bets are off on the other criteria for a warrant. So we had this so important to the project and the safety of the children that the cost of that intersection is being covered under the current bond for the middle school project. And the reason it's going up 150 students is Elm Street proved to be uneconomically feasible for turning into a middle school. And it's a 4-inch document that tells you why, but I'm not going to get into that. So we're balancing the 3 schools at 800 students. But that intersection is a safety issue, not only for the kids crossing the street, which is the most important thing in my mind, but also the cars that are traveling there. And the school department cannot hire people to direct traffic out there. And of course, it's impossible. You can't get a policeman. So this traffic light is extremely important to the Joint Special School Building Committee, the Board of Education, and I would have to agree probably with the entire Board of Aldermen. So we're asking for your indulgence to improve this intersection. And I've already talked to Dan, the new engineer for the city, and we'll be working together to make sure it meets all of their criteria as well.
Okay, thanks. Other questions of the applicant by the board?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Varley.
I just wanted, and I apologize if I missed this, but there are several waiver requests associated with the site plan application. And I was wondering if the applicant could just briefly address those.
Sure. So waiver request, I believe number 1 is simply the sheet size of the drawings. We have them at 36 by 48. This is a multidisciplinary firm that I work for, and also a multidisciplinary project ultimately. These plans were set to kind of adhere with the other plan sets that are being compiled by architectural, electrical, structural, and other trades as well. So that was one waiver request. Second waiver request was the landscape requirements within the parking areas. Again, with the new additions and in the recirculation of the bus traffic, We're actually we're actually losing a few different parking spaces. I think it's about 4 or 5 spaces that we'll ultimately lose from the existing conditions to these proposed. So instituting additional landscape islands within the parking areas is something that we're hoping to have waived as well. I believe another one is currently we have the parking space sizes that do not meet the land use code. Think that there are opportunities to actually increase the length of the parking spaces. Each of the spaces on site right now are 9 feet by about 18 feet. So again, increasing the length is something that we'll look to do in further developing this as well. And then I think lastly, another waiver request is relative to the existing conditions of the site and what we're showing. What we're showing is not the entire property of the school site, but again, what we are showing is only the areas that are being disturbed.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just if I could, just one.
Go ahead, Mr. Marley.
I think I heard you correctly. You said that there's going to be a net decrease in the number of parking spaces on the site. And, given that we're talking about, an increase in 150 students and therefore I presume an increase in staffing as well, can you just address the sufficiency of the reduced number of parking spaces?
As we understand it, the parking was adequate for what they had. This is, we're kind of working within a lot of different constraints on the site, and with the new additions, we've kind of corralled all of the parking in this location. We fit it in kind of as much as we best could, and again, there's the potential for small tweaks, which would potentially allow for more parking. I know that one of the things that we're looking at is we have proposed quite a bit more ADA accessible spaces. I think we're over the threshold for what is actually required, and therefore we may be able to turn some of those back into just regular parking spaces and eliminate the different aisles that are associated to gain back some. So it is something that we're looking at and plan to develop along as we move into construction document phase.
Anything else, Mr. Marley? Or?
No, that's all for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Other members of the board, Mr. Weber?
Yes, okay. On the top where the cars come in, when I also pick up my grandkids over in Hudson, and when you have two drive areas there for pickup, they actually have 4 lanes of traffic stopped for people to pick up. And since that you're increasing, have you figured out how many cars could queue in both lanes all the way back until they go to 1 lane, and how many can queue in that area?
I do not have that number offhand. It is a pretty generous strip of area that we are affording for them. I think having 4 different lanes come through would obviously be difficult and further reduce parking potentially in this area. We believe that this is satisfactory for what they will need in the future as well.
Well, the thing is that when you're having this increase, you're going to have a number of people, picking up their kids. Now in middle school, that could be different. I don't know what it is in a middle school, and you have other schools that are middle schools, and so you kind of already know. It would have been good to know that it is possible to have 2 queuing lanes there one in the drop-off lane and then one what you call the bypass lane. You could actually have 2 cars there, and just as long as you have a person that is maintaining what's going to go on with kids coming in that area so that they're not running anybody over. It can be supervised, in other words. But that would have been good to have had that queuing so that you can have a better understanding of what's going to come about too. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I guess just to answer your question too, there appears to be some other opportunities if we do find that that is a concern. Again, with the sidewalk located fairly a decent way back, there's an opportunity potentially to add in more of the drop-off lane through here as well.
Okay. Other questions by the board?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Harper.
could you tell me, I can't really tell by the scale, but where the buses are leaving, when they have to turn left to go to the exit. Is there enough room for their turning radius to be able to turn into the left-hand turn lane if the right-hand turn lane is full of cars?
Yes, we've done turning analyses in this area, and that can be accommodated.
Okay. And then just, I guess, one of my other concerns with the student drop off is that I can picture people utilizing the parking area as a faster route to try to drop kids off. And they'd have to walk across that through lane. So I just feel like that might be a little unsafe.
Yeah, I think one of the other considerations is we're proposing to have a lot of signage in this area. Maybe we have restrictions and similar to what Mr. Weber had said, if there is some supervision and we see that activity happening, that could be something that we step in and kind of manage on its own.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, on that light, is there a reason why that's 2 ways in, 2 way, is double? Is there any reason why that wouldn't be, only one
Well,
way?
It could certainly turn into a one-way. That's a great point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess the one thing I'm a little bit struggling with, and I'll talk about it in the board, but in the meeting, but it seems like the intersection is not fully designed. And we're sort of reviewing a plan for approval that seems like it's intended to change. Whether it's a signal or it's adjustments or something, which is is an odd request of the board to approve something that we all think might change or is in development, I guess, on the site side of things. I understand the building obviously has to go through DDs and CDs, but there's no, without the analysis of whether a signal is in place or not in place, I don't know, it's complicated. I guess while I have the applicant here to talk, does anybody from the board have any questions along that as well? Mr. Weber?
Yes, we have had a problem, or not a problem, actually, had a over at Riviera College that had to have a walkway light that was going to get put in that hadn't been put in and wasn't on the drawings when it came before us, but we did make a recommendation or a stipulation that had to go through engineering, because engineering has top quality people that can handle this a lot better than, because he had the expertise in the lights and stuff like that, and they're not going to let this intersection just be whatever anybody else wants. It has to go through engineering and be discussed and reviewed by engineering before it can be approved. I think that's well-designed criteria to make sure that this intersection is done the best and safe. And so I'm not an expertise on this light, and I totally agree that intersection, for it to go forward, must have lights on it, because we need to have safe transition for school children. And so, you know, that's one of the things I would automatically require for this to go forward, that it is reviewed and through a review by the engineering department. Thank you.
Anybody else on the board have any thoughts on that? Mr. Barley?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what Mr. Weber is suggesting in terms of, you know, creating a condition. I think is what he's suggesting, that, you know, that the ultimate decision regarding the intersection will be subject to review and approval by the engineering department. But I would say that typically when we include that type of stipulation, it's for something that's, for lack of a better description, is, I guess, less significant to the plan, I would say. You know, it's typically, at least in my experience, we're, you know, delegating something like that to the engineering department when it's more of a sort of a technical issue that needs to be resolved in the plan. Whereas I think, Mr. Leclerc, as you're suggesting, this is a more substantial site plan issue that, you know, could change substantially depending on what decision is made ultimately regarding whether the intersection is signalized and some of the other considerations we've discussed. So I don't know if it's as simple as saying, you know, let's delegate this to the engineering department, although certainly I'm happy to be convinced otherwise.
Anybody else from the board have any thoughts on that? Or
Mr. Chair, I was
I
just
want to
wondering.
leave it
I
open
have
so
to-
that Mr. Bollinger, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have thoughts on the matter. I just didn't know if we were still in public session or if we were going to close.
I'm still in the hearing, and the reason I'm doing that is so that we can continue to ask questions of the applicant, because you know,
Okay.
once I go into the meeting, we're shutting them out. So I think
No, if that is the case, Mr. Chair, thank you. I have no further questions of the applicant. Thank you.
okay.
I have a comment.
Mr. Peterson, go ahead.
I think 2 points that were raised, which I think should not be ignored, is that Alderman Clee mentioned a lot of students cross Manchester Street to get to Ferry Road to get to their parents' car. So that signalized intersection would have to take into account not only vehicles, but pedestrians as well. And then the other point brought up about queuing with the dropping off, you know, that if it's a long wait to drop your kid off, people may be taking shortcuts, like they said, cutting through the parking lot. And being as we have a clean sheet of paper, it'd be nice to make it easy for people to drop off their kids without it turning into a daily wait. So I'm just trying to reiterate those 2 points that were made, and think they should not be forgotten about in the final analysis. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm thinking procedurally here. If we want to give the applicant the opportunity to put some more effort into that intersection development, Mr. Varley, is that a table during the hearing, or is that a close the hearing, do it in the meeting, and we can reopen for them?
I think at this stage, Mr. Chairman, given that we are in the public hearing, I do think we have to, you know, take comment, you know, support and opposition first.
Yep. Right.
And I think, you know, at that point, we could then hear from the applicant further, and then make a decision at that stage as to, you know, what we could really want to do.
Okay, good. Okay, any other questions of the board before I take public comment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Mr. Hirsch.
I have one question. Has anyone addressed the issue of the pickups in the afternoon at the end of school, when I think you'd have a much bigger line of cars queuing up there? which may outstrip your drop-off zone. Is that an issue that's been considered?
We're in the hearing. The applicant can certainly respond to your question.
Again, this, you know, what we have provided, we believe is adequate. Again, there's, you know, further discussions that we've had tonight, there's, you know, further opportunities to extend that drop-off lane as well, which would enhance, you know, queuing issues, I guess, in the future.
I could, Mr. Leclerc?
Yes, Alderman Down.
Yes, the Harriman has had numerous discussions with the principal, vice principal, and the staff at the school. I'm sure they've addressed the number of cars that are involved in the pickup and drop off and the possible increase. And also with the assistant superintendent for secondary schools. So there's been a lot of involvement in the design. We can look at it, and if there's thought that there needs to be additional drop-off space, we can account for that and make the changes necessary. Again, I just want to stress that we will be working with the city engineer on the design of the intersection. And from my standpoint, it has to be safe for students to cross the street. The traffic on that road is extremely fast. And that's why we can't get anyone to stand out there for a couple bucks a day to direct traffic, because they can get hit. The people don't even pay attention to them sometimes. And that's dangerous. So please take that in mind. I know that Alderman Klee it's her ward, and it's very intense in the morning and the afternoon. And we're trying to take everything into account to safeguard the students. We've also made a lot of changes internally to the school relative to COVID. So we're doing our best to protect the students of Nashua, and we hope that you'll help us.
Okay, any other questions from the board before I go to the public?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I just wanted to remind the board that we did receive an email from Wayne Husband, and at the end, in the summary, he says that the Division of Public Works does support an approval of the on-site improvements, and that they're going to work with the applicant on the off-site improvements. If there was some substantial changes that were going to be made to this site, ultimately it would have to come back to the planning board. But, engineering is going to be working with the applicant on working on that intersection. So I just want to remind the board of that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, at this point, I'll open it up to the public. If there's anybody in the public that is listening and wants to make a comment or have a question, go ahead. And the way this will work is you can go ahead and unmute, state your name and address for the record. Go ahead, that's your time to ask a question or put out a comment. I'd ask the applicant to keep track of the comments and questions, because I will come back to the applicant with if they want to address any of those. So that'll kind of be how to make sure people's are brief and to the point would be appreciated. So I will open it up, and you just go ahead and unmute and state your name. Okay.
Hello, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Barbara Halevi, and I live at 83 Ferry Road, which is right on the corner of Manchester Street, right where what you see of the new crosswalk would come across right towards my lot. Mm-hmm. And so I just had a question and a comment. My question is for the applicant: does the New Hampshire Department of Transportation have to approve putting a signal at this intersection, given how close it is to the Henry Burke Highway? And my comment is that all of the comments about just the general difficulties of traffic flow around the school are valid. And I think for a signal to work here, which certainly would improve the ability of kids to cross the street. I cross this intersection almost every day on foot. And I would use a signal with a walk sign very happily. But it would have to be a very sensitive traffic light to make it effective, because there are times when a whole long line of cars and buses needs to exit. And then obviously times of the day when that does not happen at all, because school is in session and there's very minimal in and out. So I hope that that will be taken into account in this signal design.
Okay. All right, thanks. So
Thank you.
we'll record that, and I'll take any others before I go back to the applicant. Anybody else wish to speak, opposition or concern, or have a question on the plan? I don't think I see any hands up, Linda, or anything like that.
If you could stop sharing the screen, then I'd be able to see if there's anybody with their hand raised. Thank you. I don't, yes, I see Alderman Clee and Alderman Dowd have their hand raised. I don't know if they want to speak.
That was from before. I've already spoke. I don't know if Alderman Clee wants to speak again.
No, I think I would probably just be repeating myself in that the quality of danger, and truthfully, I think the best signal would be one that is not working 24/7. But I will be able to have a vote on that on the Joint Special School Board. So thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay. So at this point, I give the applicant one more time, maybe just to address in particular, there was the public question regarding the DOT signal, and DOT having to approve the signal. Do you know the answer to that?
So in speaking with, again, we're working with Vanessa and Associates on this, but I believe that NHDOT would not have to be involved in this based upon initial conversations with them. I can certainly follow up just to confirm that with the board, but as it stands right now, I do not believe that we have to go through DOT for that. Yeah, and then as far as the signal and how it would, I guess, shape up in regards to the peak peak design hours and things of that nature. I believe that's certainly something that could be accommodated per the traffic engineering design, so that there's not stagnation kind of in that area when the hours are not at peak. So again, that'll be our traffic consultants working with the city DPW and engineering departments to make sure that that is the case.
Okay, thanks.
And Mr. Leclerc, just again, it's always been our intent to work with the city engineer and BPW on the design and implementation and timing of the lighting and everything at that intersection. And even though the funding is coming under the current bond for the middle school project, we will be deferring to them along with Harriman on just how that intersection works and making it as efficient and effective as possible.
One more question for staff from me. If a signal gets added, does that change the plan? Would that require I guess what I'm trying to get at is I don't want to create a situation where, let's say we go through with the plan and a signal gets added, we have to do this again.
Yeah.
Just because it's enough of a change that it warrants a site plan reapplication. So, procedurally, I want to make this efficient too.
That's a good question. I mean, it really is an off-site improvement, not an on-site improvement.
Okay. And off-site improvements don't by nature require.
Not typically, they don't typically come back to the planning board if they were going to do something substantial on site that would require. But I mean, it is something that I can look into.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions by the board of staff, or go ahead, Mr. Barley? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just one follow-up, the applicant, sort of relative to this discussion we've been having. You know, again, I think there seems to be sort of a working assumption that this will become a signalized intersection. But I guess, can you just speak briefly to the design that's been presented as part of the plan and how that relates to that? In other words, is it your view that the design of the intersection that's on the plan would be as it is, regardless of whether that's a signalized intersection? Or, you know, if ultimately a decision was made that there wasn't going to be a signal there, for example, would that design change in your view? Because I think that's relevant from our perspective in terms of determining whether we have the necessary information.
Right. What I would say is that I believe that the actual geometric design of what we're proposing would remain. The enhancement with a traffic signal is obviously, as everybody's kind of spoken to, is generally for the safety of the public. But the actual configuration with having a dedicated right turn lane, onto the site, as well as a left and right turn lane coming off of the site, again, that'll just improve the general traffic flows in that area regardless. So I believe that will remain.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions while we're in the hearing for the board? All right, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing, and I'm going to move into the meeting. So, my 2 cents, I guess, are, the plan's pretty well laid out. I definitely have concern with that intersection. The signalizing of it obviously has a significant impact to me. I'm struggling with, like, if we actually make a stipulation that the plan's only approved if it ends up with a signalized intersection. What happens if that doesn't go through? But I guess that's not our necessarily concern. I may be leaning towards that. I think this plan's adequate and appropriate with a signalized intersection, but not so without it. But I welcome any other discussion comments from the board, how we might deal with that too.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bollinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm honestly, I'm not sure what we're voting on. If this were any other applicant besides the city of Nashua, without a complete off-site improvement plan or a complete traffic analysis, would we even consider a conditional approval? I do have concerns that a full signal warrants analysis has not been completed. Also, to one of the comments from a member of the audience, and I do forget her name. New Hampshire DOT does have ownership of the Henry Burke Highway. New Hampshire DOT may be interested in knowing that there's a proposed signal 500 feet away from one of the signals that they own and maintain. I think there's some risk here with approving a plan, even conditionally, where literally none of the offsite engineering has actually been done. If there are proposed offsite improvements, and I think we're potentially setting a bad precedent. But that's my 2 cents on the matter. But again, I stand by my argument. If this were any other applicant besides the city, I think this would be viewed as incomplete. I think it's very difficult to presuppose that significant engineering issues can just be worked out because we write it as a condition of approval. A signal is not an insignificant undertaking. And it's not just as simple as you buy a signal and you plop it down and everything is great. There are cuts that have to be made for the inductive loops, or if it's video detection, there's a plethora of other considerations that need to be undertaken. And in good faith, if we're forced to vote on this matter tonight, I don't think I can support this. If there were some consideration with regard to tabling, I would be in favor of that until we receive more substantive engineering analysis from the applicant and commentary from engineering staff. But I will leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Others?
Weber.
Mr. Weber?
Yes, because of this site being, it is not a complete site for safety reasons, and it really shouldn't be approved without the last thing that usually before we have the chair signing on, occupancy, prior to certificate of occupancy, we should have all offsite improvements to be completed. If we sign off on this and there isn't a safe way for the young people to leave site, we've done an injustice to those. We have to have an offsite signal completed as part of this occupancy. I think it's a bad thing to move forward as is right now. We can go forward and I think we can pass this, but an offsite lighting situation and also for the pedestrian is very important to be done because the children, young people are crossing over that and going and getting into the cars. And there's a conflict, can be a conflict with children crossing the road and buses turning left. So there has to be a real consideration for all of that. And that needs to be incorporated in this passing so that we have a safe, that we're giving a safe improvement for this school. Thank you.
Ms. Harper, did you had your hand up earlier?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with the statements that Mr. Bollinger made, and that even more so than other sites, that there, the safety of the children that go to school there is severe. It's very important to me, and anyone that's driven by there in the morning knows how crazy it already has been in the past, and with the increase of students, it can only be worse. So I don't think in my, with my conscience that I could approve this plan as it is right now without knowing if there would be a signal there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Marley? Thanks, Mr. Marley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I guess I to some degree defer to, those who have a bit more expertise on these issues in terms of the sufficiency of the intersection with or without a signal there. But it seems to me it would be difficult to approve the plan now as it stands without knowing about that offsite improvement, unless everyone was comfortable that that the plan was sufficient with or without a signal at that intersection. And then just as a matter of process, I don't know how feasible it is to condition the approval on the plan on there being a signalized intersection there when it is an offsite improvement, and so not wholly within the control of the applicant. So I think it would be somewhat unusual for us to condition a plan in that regard. So I guess my feeling is if there was a general consensus that the plan was sufficient, again, with or without the intersection, then I would be comfortable moving forward. But if there's not that consensus, then I would be inclined, as Mr. Bollinger suggested, to perhaps table this matter.
Okay. Mr. Hirsch, did you have a comment?
Yeah, and my thinking on the subject is you already have a school there functioning. You're improving substantially the traffic flow from what you're dealing with right now. I don't know if we should hold this up for the determination about the signalized intersection, because either way it's gonna be there. The school's gonna be there, and this is, I think, a major improvement.
Okay. Mr. Barley, I can.
Sorry, yeah, one other sort of process related issue. I would just remind the board members that we actually have, the two applications before us. One is the conditional use permit and the other is the site plan. I would suggest that, we could act on the conditional use permit and move that forward at a minimum, even if the board wasn't comfortable, moving forward with the site plan tonight.
Yeah, agreed on my end. Any other comments from the board? I guess so. Summarizing, we really have three different ways we can go here. We can approve with no conditions, or with a condition. We can disapprove, or we can table. I personally don't see how disapproving helps anybody. It slows down everything quite a bit. I think in general, the plan is pretty well put together. We just have some concerns with offsite improvements and a little bit more of traffic engineering work that needs to be done. We have certainly tabled things in the past for completion of offsite study and traffic study and things like that. That's pretty common, frankly. So I guess I'd be in favor of that for sure versus disapproval. Is anybody solid on moving forward on approval? I guess Mr. Hirsch, you were solid on that. Yeah.
I am.
Mr. Ballinger, did you have a comment? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I would be in favor, per the suggestion or comment of Mr. Varley, moving ahead for approval of conditional use permit, new business number 1, and perhaps tabling new business number 6 site plan. I realize we might have to take them up individually, but I think that's personally where I would be leaning.
All right. So I guess I'd entertain Mr. Weber. Do you still have a comment? Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to know how everybody's feeling about if we had on 14 prior to issuing of a certificate of occupancy, all off-site and on-site improvements will be completed, but also put in there that all off-site needs to be approved by the engineering department. I don't know if there's other people that have to approve this, or it could be worded differently, but I would not stop the improvements that are going on site, but I would not have it so that it's occupiable until the engineering of this site. And I'd like to, is the engineering department here tonight or no?
No, I don't see him online. No.
Okay, so I think that needs to be before we approve the other one. There's things that have to be changed, I think, before we can approve this, because for a safety factor. And we can always, you know what, we can, tabling this for like 1 month is not a disaster. They're already working on that site. There is engineering development going on that site right now. They're not stopping things. We're not holding up the improvements to the site happening right now. It's already happening. I was there today on the site and there's stuff going on. So going and delaying this part, I think, is not a bad idea, so that we can get engineering to have some real input as far as a time frame, so that we're not approving an unsafe condition for the young people that's going to be attending this. And also approving a site plan that has issues offsite. And we've done this on a number of, we've had private companies that had to change the lighting situations that they didn't have because there was a situation that was there, and the engineering department said this has got to change, and we got that changed. Riviera, we approved the site, but that was a minimal that they put a walking, it was just a walking crosswalk, and that was minimal. This is not minimal. This is a major issue that has to be addressed to go forward, really. And I think tabling this for a month's time and get engineering to come in and talk about this, and as far as scheduling and if it's going to be able to be done for opening school, because otherwise it's going to be a cluster blank. And so I think that's necessary, and I think it's for the safety of the kids that, I agree. I think we need to look at this hard, only because we're involving young people and safety of those individuals. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've heard from most folks here. So does anybody want to make, I guess I'd entertain some motions. Let's talk about new business 1 conditional use permit. Does anybody want to make a motion on that? Seems like that's pretty clear. Mr. Varley?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, and that motion be to approve new business number 1, conditional use permit for the city of Nashua as the owner, 207 Manchester Street. And that would be motion finding that the conditional use permit does meet the requirements outlined in site plan NRO section 190-133F, and without any stipulations.
Okay, so we have that motion to approve new business number 1, the conditional use permit by Mr. Varley. Do we have a second on it?
Second, Weber.
Second by Mr. Weber. Do we have any further discussion on that item? Can I get a roll vote on that, please?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Varley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
And that motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Now regarding new business number 6, the site plan, does anybody want to make a motion? We've had a bunch of discussion about it. Mr. Varley?
Yes, Mr. Leclair, I would like to make a motion as to new business number 6 site plan, that we table consideration of this plan. And I would like to move that we table it to our next scheduled meeting. And I apologize, Linda, can you remind me what the date of that meeting is?
October 22nd.
Okay, so I would like to table this until our next meeting on October 22nd.
Mr. Barley, could you maybe just include some language that specific to what the applicant should bring back, I guess?
Sure, yeah, sorry. Yeah, let's, I will elaborate on that motion to suggest that the purpose of tabling consideration of this matter is to allow the applicant additional time to consider the offsite improvements, in particular whether and under what conditions there would be a signalized intersection at Manchester Street and the entrance to Pennachuck Middle School, and to have further discussions with the City of Nashua Engineering Department for purposes of providing additional detail at the next meeting on October 22nd.
Okay, so we have that motion by Mr. Varley to table with that direction to the applicant. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion on that item? Mr.
Mr.
Ballinger,
Chair?
go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just don't know procedurally, and so feel free to correct me. Does it necessarily have to be continued to the next meeting? Because I guess what I'm trying to avoid, I think there's a plethora of engineering issues that have to be worked out. And so it's incumbent upon the applicant to prepare the documentation, and then incumbent upon engineering staff to review it. And I guess what I'm trying to avoid is 2 weeks from today, are we still in the same place where we're discussing the merits of whether or not a signal should be there, but without any technical documentation or the review of said documentation? If it's customary to table to the next meeting, I'm fine with that. But I guess that would be the understanding that, do we necessarily need to discuss this plan every 2 weeks until the applicant does their due diligence? Or do we make it, to an unspecified meeting at some point later in the future where all documentation that has been requested has been provided?
It does need to be to a date certain, but it doesn't have to be the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't hurt the applicant, I don't think, to give them the next meeting, because it just means they can, if they can get there, they can get there.
Okay.
If they can't, they can certainly request to move another meeting. You
Okay.
know, that's how, it'll just be their option to, I mean, they're in the meeting, they're listening to us, they know, obviously, if they come back with the same information, they're gonna get the same result, but so I think it's just more flexible for the applicants. Go to the
No,
next meeting.
and I
Yeah.
appreciate that, Mr. Chair and Mr. Barley. Thank you. I'm
Yeah.
also honestly trying to avoid a situation where, honestly, on October 22nd at 5 o'clock, we're getting the applicant submission. That's what I'm trying to avoid. So
Yeah, well, I think in that scenario, we certainly could continue to table it because we haven't had time to review. So, yeah. Okay. Any other discussion? Can I get a roll vote on that, please, Linda?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Varley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
yes.
Larry Hirsch.
No.
And that motion passes 7-1.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, all your efforts. All right, moving on with our agenda. Next up is new business subdivision plan. This is case number 2, Ross Common Investments LLC and MAGRE Holdings Nashua. This is an application and acceptance of a proposed lot line adjustment. This property is 117 Glenwood Street. And again, this would be heard in conjunction with Ross Common Investments LLC application and acceptance of a proposed site plan to construct a new 22,560 square foot auto body shop with parking, again at 117 West Hobart Street. And then there was some communications on this item. Linda, could you remind me on the communications before we move into this again? I think you said the applicant still had some engineering comments to.
They do. They still have engineering comments to work out.
Mhm.
And the applicant's engineer, and I believe he should be here. I'll check right now. What they're asking the board to do is hear the case tonight and then wait and make a decision once engineering comments. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. We're just looking to present and then ultimately table this to the next hearing.
Okay, yeah, well, we have everybody here in public here. Okay, well, bring it up with the board, I guess, regarding new business number 2, subdivision plan. Has anybody had a chance to review this application and want to make a motion as to whether it's complete and ready to take jurisdiction? And this is specific to the subdivision.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to confirm, I know the agenda says it's postponed, but we did not table this, right? We never took jurisdiction.
Correct, that's what I remember, it was postponed, correct, it has not been in jurisdiction, yeah.
No.
So on the subdivision, does anyone make a motion on the application? Mr. Weber?
Move to take jurisdiction.
All right, so you have a motion to take jurisdiction on new business number 2, the subdivision plan by Mr. Weber. Do we have a second on it?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hirsch. Any further discussion? Can I get a roll vote on that, please?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Varley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
And that motion passes 8-0.
Okay, now regarding the site plan, the same applicant, would be item number 7.
Move to take jurisdiction. Weber.
We have a motion by Mr. Weber to take jurisdiction, new business number 7. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? Can we get a roll vote on that, please?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Varley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
And that motion passes 8-0.
Okay. So we have these in jurisdiction. I guess is it Paul Chisholm?
Yeah.
You're going to present, and maybe you can present the subdivision as well, and I guess start with that, and then move to the site plan. And if you could be specific about, I know that some of the comments that you've discussed have some more work have to do with the roads, I think, but. And I guess I'd be interested to understand whether any of those comments actually do affect the subdivision. So, okay.
Sure. So for the record, Paul Chisholm, I'm a professional engineer with Keach Nordstrom Associates. I am going to share my screen here. You should be looking at mostly black and white plan with a few colored areas in here.
Yep.
The parcel for the auto body shop really consists of a number of lots. It's all this area down in here. So there's a couple small pieces. It's all going to be consolidated at the end of the day. But at first, the lot line adjustment is really just kind of cleaning up in a little bit of an awkward situation that currently exists between this property here and this property here. So the way it's currently situated is that this property is actually the same as this yellow piece right here. And then this property has this blue piece that extends down to West Glenwood. So what this swap is going to do is basically give the yellow piece over to this lot, and then in basically an equal amount of area, take the blue and the red here and attach it to this. So it's really just kind of cleaning up, like there's this awkward strip of land, and kind of cleaning up access from West Glenwood into both of these properties. So that's the land swap portion of it. There's also an easement, an access easement that's going to remain over, over this green area here. And again, that's just to allow both properties to access West Glenwood Street, appropriately. It's just kind of cleaning up some of those issues that currently exist. So in terms of the engineering comments that we received for the project, most of it was really over on the other end of the site. There were a few issues with West Glenwood Street. But what you'll see when I present the site plan here in a minute is that there's really going to be no public access to the auto body shop site from West Glenwood. That's going to be gated off. It would really just be any kind of secondary emergency access that the fire department might need or something like that would need to get up through West Glenwood into the site. So moving on to the site plan. So again, here's West Glenwood. Here's, you can see everything I've got colored in the various different colors here is really part of this property. When all of these parcels are going to be consolidated, it's a little over 5 acres in total area. The vast majority of the site is located in the Highway Business District. This is the zoning line right here. This is a residential district, but this is an auto storage lot right up here. So there's a bunch of commercial uses obviously kind of surrounding this parcel. The building itself is just about a 24,000 square foot gross building. It's going to be an auto body shop with a number of different repair bays, internal painting center, and things like that. Access to the site, again, West Glenwood's going to be gated off here, and then there's going to be gates at the front of all the parking areas back in here, and that's really just to protect any customer vehicles that are parked there overnight or for periods of time. Anything like that. So access to the site for the public and employees and everything like that, it's really going to be from Sexton to what we call Upper Stetson Street here. Really where this is the BJ site down here. Once you get past their driveway, it really becomes in the current condition, it's a very substandard road. So I think a lot of the issues and a lot of the questions and concerns that DPW had in terms of the right-of-ways and what's the current status of them. And who technically owns them. We've cleared that up with them. These are all public streets currently, Sexton, Upper Stetson, Lower Stetson. There were a number of discontinuances, that occurred, going back over the last few decades, mostly over on the other side of Everett Turnpike, and then on the other side of DPW for Stetson Street. So it was just, they really wanted us to work through kind of the history of all that and really provide them with a summary, which Attorney Morgan Hollis did for them. So at the end of the day, what's going to happen is this Upper Stetson portion is going to be improved to city standard. It's going to be a 24-foot wide road. There's going to be no parking on either side of that. And we're going to discourage the use of any vehicles down lower Stetson here. We are actually working with the abutter over here on this side to potentially, and the abutter down here, to potentially discontinue that. I don't know if, ultimately, we got to see how that plays out. We're going to do some drainage improvements down Stetson to accommodate some of this new pavement in here. But for the most part, this upper section is going to be kind of sucked into the rest of the site up here. So that's really the nuts and bolts of the right-of-way and road concerns that they had. We believe that this revised design is actually significantly better. There was a retaining wall proposed along the BJ side of this road at one point. With shifting the road over and getting a temporary slope easement, potentially as part of an agreement with our abutter here, that helps clean up a number of issues there. So we got to work through that. That's part of why we're asking to be tabled at the end of this discussion, is just to make sure we can finalize these things and make sure that everybody's really kind of happy at the end of the day, not just DPW, but both our client and the abutter, abutting property owner as well. In terms of the rest of the site plan, I mean, it has all the usual things. We have an alteration of terrain permit associated with this, so it's got a fully compliant stormwater management system and erosion control plan for construction. You can see, obviously, we have a number of landscaped islands in throughout, here. Those will all be planted. I'm going to pull up the landscape plan here so you can kind of get a better sense of what the landscaping is going to look like. You can see we have a number of trees and shrubs. We're adjacent to a number of different zones too, so that adds to the number of trees and shrubs that we have to put throughout the site. We are asking for 2 waivers. One's associated with the subdivision plan, and that's really just to basically not provide existing features within 1,000 feet of the site. The basis for that waiver is just it is provided in the site plan, which is obviously running concurrently here. The second waiver request is for landscaped islands for every 10 spaces. You can see that we've put them in where it really kind of makes sense, and where we can do a little bit extra and on the ends. We didn't want to put things in the middle just because in these automobile applications and all these automotive shops, and where they're going to have vehicle storage as a second principal use here, for them to plow is really a Herculean effort. With extra things in the way, like middle landscape islands, it makes it that much harder. So what we try to do is account for kind of a little extra perimeter landscaping to make up that difference. I would like to show you also the building renderings. I know when we presented this conceptually at the last planning board hearing, you folks were interested in seeing colored renderings. This is really what that's projected to look like. So. All of that being said, we obviously know we have a little bit of work to do in terms of finalizing some agreements. We understand that both DPW and fire and the other departments need to, take a more detailed look through the revised plans and materials that we provided. And so we're obviously looking to allow them the time to do that. And we're just asking to be continued to I think it's the October 22nd hearing here in 2 weeks to hopefully get final approval. So with all that being said, I'll pull up the site plan here again, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you folks have.
Okay, so the only couple of questions I have, I guess, going back to the subdivision plan, or the subdivision. Are any of the things that you have left to do with regard to engineering comments, fire department comments, and the agreements and things, are they related to this plan, the subdivision?
No, I think we've got this pretty squared away. Most of the comments and the concerns and questions have really come on the site plan and in the other end of the site. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Linda, is there in the stipulations on the subdivision plan, is there a date on the comments from Joe on that one? Or
he actually combined his comments for the site plan and the lot line relocation
Okay,
altogether in his comments dated October 6th.
over 6. Okay. And I'm wondering about the waiver on that, whether, so there was a waiver, okay, that was just for the existing conditions.
Right.
Plan that's within, a 1,000 feet or whatever. Okay. Okay, I guess I don't have any questions on that. And does anybody on the board have any questions for the applicant regarding the plan or the subdivision plan, site plan or subdivision?
Weber,
Go ahead, Mr. Weber.
on the subterranean print, you have a proposed, let's see, it's oil. Let me see, proposed 200-gallon oil water separator. It's doing painting in case there was an accident. Will this also take care of, it's not said, and will it take care of an oil paint that, so it doesn't get down into the soil?
So all of the painting in operations in terms of that's going to happen within the building here. That 2,000-gallon oil water separator that we have is proposed back in this area here. Basically this is just the sewer connection out because that it's basically a building code that we have to put it in. It is basically a trap to catch some of that stuff. In particular, the big thing's really the oils from kind of moving on, into the sewer system.
So you have a way of containing oil, a paint spill, because sometimes they're very big items and there can be a spill. And so typically, do you guys have a way of containing that without it getting into the soil?
I'm not sure about inside the building what they do. I believe that the paint and the paint thinners and things like that are stored at most in a 55-gallon drum. So that certainly would be able to be contained in the separator there. So the idea of that separator is really just to those types of things typically are either heavier or lighter than water. So they're once it gets mixed in there, it's easier to separate out, and it's basically just a fail-safe to be able to clean that stuff out. So I think the answer to your question is yes. Internal to the building, I don't know what other plumbing code items they have to do for that, but it does not get into the stormwater system or anything like that. That's all tied directly to the sewer. So there's no way that that's going to get, well, never say never, but it's not really going to get into the ground and mix in with any of the groundwater or any of those things.
Well, what I mainly was concerned with, there is no floor drain inside the building as part of the building. There's not going to be any floor drain where paint could get into that. It's all just if there's a drop, they can contain it inside the building because they can use materials to contain it and clean it up completely.
Yeah, I think that would be on the building permit side.
Right,
not the
right.
site
But I'm
level.
just saying,
Yeah.
I was concerned that if there was, that there would be a need for that. But
Okay.
it sounds like you don't. So thank you.
Other questions by the board for the applicant?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just wanted to reassure, I guess myself, it looks like the whole history of this general area, there's a cacophony of paper streets and little postage sized parcels. And I guess I just wanted to reaffirm you've consulted with all parties, including New Hampshire DOT, with regard to right of ownership and right of access and things of the like. And do we need any formal commentary from engineering staff or others, including city corporate counsel, regarding the ownership status of those parcels?
So my understanding is we've put together some pretty thorough research on kind of the history of the area, the ownership rights of the streets and stuff like that at their request. So our attorney, the applicant's attorney, has pulled that together. They're going to review it, and I think I think they were planning on sending that to the city's council for review. Whether or not they ultimately do that, if if it's as clear as I think it is, you know, they may feel they don't need to, but I'll leave that up to them to let them make the determination however they want. But I believe the way it was originally discussed with them, they were going to run that by the city council to kind of just weigh in and make sure that the research that we're showing matches what they have and their findings as well.
Thank you.
Other questions by the board? I guess I have one for the applicant. You're obviously asking to table the matter. Are you against tabling or having a motion on the subdivision?
I prefer to just keep it all together.
Keep
Quite
it all
frankly.
together,
Yeah,
okay.
one's not going to happen without the other. So
Got it. So
yeah,
they are tied.
I think
Okay.
it's cleaner to just do it at the same time. Yep.
Okay, thanks. That's what I was understanding. Okay, any other questions by the board before I go to public questions? Hearing none. Paul, could you stop sharing the screen just so I can see the audience a little bit better?
Sure.
Thanks. So at this time, I'd ask, is there anybody in the audience wishing to speak in opposition or concern or have a question? Again, please go ahead and just unmute, state your name and address for record. And Paul, if you could keep track of any comments for rebuttal. I'm not seeing any hand waving or anybody talking. Okay. All right, so hearing none, I will ask the board, or give the board one more opportunity, ask anything they want of the applicant in the hearing. All right, I guess just procedurally, Mr. Barley, the applicant's asked to table. I mean, it seems reasonable that makes sense to me with the open items on the comments. Do we do that during the hearing or close the hearing and move to the meeting, do you think?
Yeah, I would close the hearing, move to the meeting, and then we could make that
Do it in
motion.
there. Yeah.
And then, you know, typically what we've done in the past is, you know, may or may not be necessary in this case, but then when it does come up at the next meeting, we can always make a motion to reopen the hearing to hear from the applicant or others.
Yep, okay, good. All right, so at this point, I will go ahead and close the hearing on both items here and move to the meeting. So we have seen this a couple of times, I think, and you know, we've had the applicants come during the sort of conceptual period, so I think we have a pretty good understanding of what's going on. Still looks like there is some work to be done, so I'm sort of in favor of tabling it forward for them to continue to complete that work. Anybody have any comment otherwise or different? Mr. Bollinger?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
If we were to table this, do we need to table them individually, table the subdivision plan, as well as table the site plan, or do we do that collectively? I guess two motions or one motion?
I think it would be two, yeah. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
okay. Any other discussion? Somebody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Bollinger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to table new business subdivision plan item number 2, Rose Common Investments LLC. Continue presumably to October 22nd, 2020 meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion to table new business number 2 to October 22nd. Do we have a second on that?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Should we say why we're
Oh,
tabling?
yeah, could you add to that, Bob?
Oh,
about the reason?
yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I would like to add to that motion tabled for the applicant's request.
Okay. All right. Any further, or is there a second on that?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Mr. Varley. Do we have any further discussion? Can I get a roll vote on that?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Varley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Jen Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Bollinger,
Yes.
and Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
And that motion passes 8-0.
Okay. On the next item for number 7. Anybody want to make a motion on that? Mr. Ballinger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to table new business item number 7, Roscommon Investment, table until the October 22nd, 2020 meeting, per the applicant's request.
We have a motion to table by Mr. Ballinger. Do we have a second on that?
Second,
Second by Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? Could we get a roll vote on that, please?
Mike Peterson,
yes.
Scott Leclaire,
Yes.
Adam Barley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
And that motion passes 8-0.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thanks. Okay. All right, moving on with our agenda. We have new business number 3. Subdivision plan, MG Holdings owner, proposed 3-lot subdivision. This is an application and acceptance of a property located at 1 Morningside Drive. We have that application in front of us. Has anybody had a chance to take a look at the information in it? Is this one that we got some more information on? I think today, right?
Yes, we got engineering comments and a waiver request letter.
Okay.
This is a
So-
project that originally the board did not take jurisdiction of.
Correct, yes, right. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Ms. Harper.
I will be recusing myself from this case.
Okay, no problem. All right. Has anybody else had a chance to review the sort of new application with the additional information that we have? And want to make a motion as to whether it's ready to take jurisdiction?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Peterson to take jurisdiction. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hirsch. Any further discussion? Okay. Let's take a roll vote on that, please.
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclaire,
Yes.
Adam Barley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
And that motion passes 7-0.
Okay, so we have this in jurisdiction. Do we have somebody from the applicant that wants to present the application?
I'm Dan Higginson with Higginson Land Services.
Okay.
So we have an existing house on Morningside Drive, and we're looking to break off 2 lots from that for a total of 3. Originally, we didn't get on the meeting because there's some questions about drainage and engineering, or drainage and grading rather. And we've worked with the engineering department to address all those. They commented on it, and we've taken care of that. So at this point, we're just looking forward to move forward with the subdivision.
Okay. And was there also, it was a underground, is this the one that you were also asking for an underground?
Yeah, so
utility?
waivers. The requirements show offsite features within 1,000 feet.
Right.
The section 190-212 requires new sidewalks to be constructed, and we're offering to contribute to the sidewalk fund in lieu of that. The underground utilities, in particular water lines, we were unable to get information from Pennachuck to show exactly where they were. So we've used the information available on Pennachuck's website to show the approximate information for the water lines. And then we were also asking for a waiver for overhead utilities to be permitted to the new buildings.
Okay. All right. Do you have the new site plan? The latest one? Maybe we can bring that up on screen. As the drainage stuff. Okay, thanks. So can you just, I guess for the parcel to the far left, can you kind of explain through the drainage concept to me for that
So the idea is,
proposed parcel, I guess? Yeah.
the idea is to catch all the drainage on site through drip edges, and then this infiltration basin here that will take all of the increased sheet flow from the site and remediate it on site.
Okay, and the physical construction of that basin, I mean, is that a couple feet deep or?
Yeah, it's
like more of a swale? It's not like a giant hole, like
no, it's
6 feet deep or something.
no, the bottom elevation is 290 and the berm elevation is 292, so it's about 2 feet deep. So it's a shallow basin. There's not a large volume of water to be treated, so it doesn't need to be super deep like that.
Okay, all right. And then can you explain the utility concept a little bit more to me on the sanitary and water side?
So the water lines, we located the hydrants and the valves that were exposed in the street level. And we were unable to get information from Pennachuck on where exactly the underground water lines went. So their information online shows where the water lines are in the street, and we used that information. And it coincided with where we located water valves and such. So it was the best available information that we had.
Okay, and the sanitary?
So the sanitary, we're proposing an easement through here, which these lots will gravity to 2 pump stations and then out to the city sewer on Taft Street.
So those are those like essentially private pump
Yes,
stations?
Yep.
And it's only the new lots that would have that?
correct. The existing lot gravities into Taft Street.
Okay. So the maintenance of those pump stations is on the
Correct.
potential future owner or whatever of the site. And then the reason you're proposing overhead utility, like what side of the street are the poles on?
So the poles are on the opposite side of the street.
Got it.
All the houses in the area have overhead. And as far as connection wise, if it was to be underground, there would have to be overhead from the existing poles across the street and then underground on site. So it's far simpler to go overhead from the existing lines to the proposed houses.
Okay. Is there any gas services here?
Yep, there is.
Yep.
The gas line runs through here and it ends, I believe, right here. And then we would tie into that for the 2 existing houses.
Okay.
And that information was provided from the gas company.
All right. And I thought I saw a comment in the engineer's package about needing an actual drainage report.
We provided that as well.
That's done. That's Linda, we have that in hand now?
We submitted that with this plan, and engineering has reviewed it.
I'm just thinking for some reason I can't locate that in my packet, but is that accurate with what your understanding is, Linda?
Yes, in Pikahami's letter dated October 8th, he says that they did submit one.
Okay. All right. Other questions of the applicant by the board?
Weber,
Mr. Weber?
on the 2 new houses, they have water to get removed and stay on property. Can you tell me the center lot has it going around, but on the one next to the driveway, where will it be fed? Will it splash onto the asphalt, or will it go around to the other side and drain onto the property?
For the portion of the house where the driveway abuts it, where there's not drip edge.
Well, what you have here, I'm just wanting to know where it's draining. How is it draining, and where is it draining to?
So the middle lot will drain north towards the end lot and then get caught in that basin.
Oh, well, it's not showing, like you have a line on the northernmost property. You have it showing a drain into that swale. And the other one just looks like it ends.
This conveyance swale right here is where any sheet flow would come off of the middle lot and then get caught in the infiltration basin.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was looking at a case 3, you know, the one that we got. And that's going to be fine going over the northernmost lot driveway, and it's not going to go down the driveway if it comes off of there, and it's going to go on that driveway, and it's going to go in the swell, not out into Morningside Drive.
So I'm not the engineer on this, but my assumption would be that that driveway is going to have a dip in it, and then the water would sheet flow across the driveway into that swale, so it wouldn't get into the road.
Okay, so that would be fine as long as it is agreed upon with the engineer, and I don't have any notes on that it'd be doing that. And so usually when we have a subdivision and we have engineering, civil engineering things going on, we ask for an affidavit, as-built affidavit submitted to the engineering department upon completion before occupancy.
Yeah, I mean, you could make that a condition if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Essentially.
Typical. That's typical of when we have a civil engineering, landscaping and stuff like that, that's done on a subdivision. It's important that it's done correctly by the contractor, whoever is going to do it, and that's submitted before occupancy. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant by the board?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Bollinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if the applicant could maybe just zoom in the view a little bit. It just I'm just having a tough time saying awesome. Thank you very much. Much better. I guess first question is, are you or anyone else on the applicant's team able to elaborate just on the history of the site a little bit? I just, most of the parcels abutting this are generally, you know, quarter acre plus or minus, or you know, in that ballpark. The property which is to be subdivided is about 3/4 of an acre plus or minus. And I just didn't know if you knew any of the history with regard to how this became.
Yeah. So back around, the subdivision dates back to early 1900s, and it was cut up into, I believe it was like 100 by 25 foot wide-ish squares. And this property owner had a number of them that they had purchased, and I believe there was 2 blocks that kind of were purchased all by the same individual that made most of this lot. And then this area here, there was some work done, I think in the 50s-ish, that a portion of those 2 larger blocks went to other lots behind it. So it was, you know, originally it was cut up into very small squares, and just one individual happened to purchase a number of them, and then throughout time it came to be the way it is now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, may I ask just one other question?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to my colleague, Mr. Weber, with regard to potential runoff coming from the driveways, is there any drainage on Morningside Drive or Taft, or is that all open in that area?
It's all open. There's a culvert here that's the low point coming down Morningside that comes across the road and then empties into a swale that goes off Locust.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Higginson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions of the applicant by the board?
Yes, I have a question.
Mr. Peterson.
My question for the applicant is, with the 2 sewer pumps, if there's a power outage, will those sewer pumps be able to operate?
Generally, with a sewer pump of that nature, you have a battery backup so that if there is an outage, then they can still operate.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of the applicant? Okay, hearing none from the board at this time, I would open the hearing to the public. If there's anybody in the public that has any questions or concerns with the plan, like to make a comment, please go ahead and unmute and go ahead and state your name and address for the record and go ahead and speak. I see one handout by Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I am actually on 15 Morningside Drive. My name is Mary Jane Meadis, and my greatest concern is the drainage. So that basin, if it's only 2 feet, could possibly overflow and could overflow into my yard because the drainage and the culvert that and the pipe that goes across the way is actually in my driveway. I don't know if anybody has actually come onto the street to see how the rain, when it rains heavily, how the water is draining down the street. I cannot guarantee that water going from one piece of property into another, into that basin, isn't going to overflow into my yard.
Okay, and can you're to the
So she's
I'm to the
located right
left.
here.
to the left, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her,
Hang
this,
on a sec, Dan. I want to get all the comments first. Yeah, so.
So,
go ahead.
I mean, I've had backup before into my driveway and into my garage when there is overflow. So, you know, like yesterday's rain, you have quite a bit of drainage down the street from both of those properties into my yard. If there is a basin there and if it overflows, it will definitely overflow into my yard. I can guarantee that.
Okay, so basin overflow. Cool. All right, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, this is Craig from 6 Taft Street. Couple of questions. Can
Oh,
you hear
hang
me?
on one sec. I want to make sure we're done with 15 Morningside. Yeah, are
Right
you
now,
all set?
I'm all set for now. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you,
thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Craig, go ahead, state your name and address for the record.
Craig Leatz of 6 Taft Street. Got a couple of questions. One is the sewage. Why are they going to the sewage up to Taft Street? While most of the houses on Morningside Drive, their sewage goes down to Main Street. And second is a concern about drainage into Jane's house. I also have concerns with runoff, water drains runoff onto Morningside Drive, especially in the winter months, where it can freeze and have icy conditions, because there's a real low gully there that the road or that the hill that goes down to Jane's house, which goes into Jane's driveway, into Jane's garage. So there's my 2 concerns.
Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition or concern or have a question on the plan?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Harper.
Maggie Harper from 3 Taft Street. I do have some concerns about the plan. You know, I do think in this case, asking the stipulation to not show the physical features within 1,000 feet, it does concern me because you can actually see on the plan how this is going to affect Jane's property. Second, the maintenance of the private pumping stations and the catch basin are a little concerning, because if you know, for instance, if the middle lot does not maintain their pumping station, this could affect the sewage for either lot on either side. And I guess finally, I guess I feel like the size of the lot is really not in keeping with the look of the neighborhood. So that would be my other concern. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition or concern, I have a question for the
Can
plan?
you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay, thank you. My name is Barbara Presley. I live at 11 Orchard Avenue. This is part of the city is called Orchard Heights, and it has all sorts of rolling hills, which is very charming. The part of this plan that you cannot see, and I would hope that all of the members of your committee have a chance to drive through it, is that on the other side of the narrow street, there's no land. So if you drive down Morningside from my house, which is at the opposite end, down Morningside towards Taft Street, if you look off to the right, there's a huge drop off. I don't know how it's gotten this far not being noticed and repaired. I'm concerned that any vibration on the two sites that are up for approval, any sort of vibration would take the whole road down and possibly some of the abutting buildings. I don't know how to describe elevation, but I hope you would take a look. I think if there's no barrier other than just a couple of posts. If a car or anyone went over that through the posts, they'd certainly be hurt and they might be killed. It's a huge drop off. And I please ask all of you before you vote on this, that you take a look at it. I don't know of any other place in the city that has this sort of a quirky, I'll say, situation where at the end of the road, there's no sidewalk, it's a narrow road, and it is a huge drop off. It would really injure somebody. Many times during the winter time when the roads are icy, I think a lot of us that have to go this route, we sort of hold our breath till we get to the other side. I think it's an extremely dangerous endeavor, and I think it's placing other properties at risk. And so I hope you will give it careful consideration. And I would ask that you reject them and maybe even declare these areas unbuildable, because this is I believe it is part of a sale of One Morningside. So I don't know how that works. I don't know if the house is still for sale, but it's extremely dangerous. I think you would put the whole area at great risk.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition or concern or have a question on the plan?
This is Joe Bingham. I'm right across the I'm right across the street. And my comment is it's
Excuse
really
me, Joe, could you give me your address, please?
Oh, I'm 3 Morningside Drive,
Thanks. Go ahead.
right across the street.
Yep.
I know it's an odd number, which is strange, but it is on the other side of the street.
Yeah.
It seems to me it's really squeezing a lot into that area. That the northernmost one is really going to be on the edge of a very steep incline down to that gully.
Okay.
And I think Barbara is right. You ought to go out and take a look at this. I think you will agree that even though it may look like it on the diagram, there really isn't enough space for 2 more lots there.
Okay. All right. Anything else or what you got?
No.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition or concern or have a question on the plan?
Hi, it's MJ Metis again, and I'd like to discuss the actual development of the property and the removal of trees in order to build on that property. I don't know when, the land itself is pretty fragile, as Barbara has mentioned. And so when any sort of uprooting of trees are going to happen, it will definitely have more erosion to the property next to my property, which is next to the 118132 property with the basin. And so when those tree roots are removed, it will definitely disturb the roots of my property and possibly bring those trees down to fall on the roof of my house. So if that's going to be the case, I'd like to know who's going to be responsible for that if it does damage my home.
All right, thanks. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition or concern to the plan or have a?
May I speak again?
Yeah, I mean, I can only give you, realistically, we can only do one at a time, but I'll give this last one, but I can't go back and forth across people because we'll be here all night, so. Go
I
ahead.
didn't understand what you said.
I'll give you one more shot, but this isn't a back and forth discussion, so if you have comments, try to get them all out on the first time, and then I'll get the applicant, but go ahead, because I didn't inform you of that
I would just
before.
point out to you that the driveways of both of these properties will head right down the hill.
Okay.
If you travel along Morningside, your
Yeah.
chance of going over the cliff is very slim. But if you have a car coming in that perpendicular, like that would be, they would go right over the hill. There's no land there. On the other side of the road, Morningside Road, at that location, there's no land.
Okay, thanks.
The drop
Got it?
off.
Yep.
And this is Craig again, one more question. The northernmost part lot is a steep decline from the first lot. Questioning how much fill is the builder plan on emptying into that northern lot to raise it up to a satisfactory level?
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, thanks. Appreciate everybody's input. So I'm gonna go back to the applicant at this point. Dan, are you still on over here? So I've got, we got several questions regarding drainage, slopes, erosion control, and let's start with the drainage and the slopes and the erosion control. There's others on the maintenance of the pump stations and things, but.
So the, as far as erosion control goes, we have a berm proposed in through here during construction that will be maintained and will stop any type of sedimentation from leaving the site. This area right here is kind of a natural swale that goes down to this culvert. The low point of the culvert is right here. The contours go up about 2 feet into this area. The driveway and garage in question over here off the screen. Morningside Drive dips down and then goes back up. So this is the low point of the road. So it's taking water both from this side and from over here. There's a swale that goes along the side of the driveway and deflects all the sheet flow from Morningside Drive into that culvert. I can definitely see where water would infiltrate the garage on that site. However, it would be coming from Morningside Drive to the north and then down, not from the south. Any sheet flow that comes down into the culvert area from this side of Morningside Drive would be caught by the swale, and then the culvert is at the low point. As far as the steepness of the grade on the opposite side of the street, there's a fair amount of grade drop right here. There's the Bingham residence is here across the street. So any cars coming down the driveways wouldn't be running off into this area. They'd be entering here where it's it's flat on the opposite side of the road, and there's homes there.
What is the? Can you just zoom in a little so I can just a little more so I can see the elevations? We appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So talk about the elevation of that lot that you're on right
So
there as compared to the road and the adjacent.
The existing elevation right here is 292. So the proposed elevation is 292 here. So we're relatively flat coming into the road. And then the proposed garage slab elevation here would be 294.5. So it's only 2.5 feet higher than that, then this point right here, that 294 contour runs about through this portion of the house. So really there'd be a cut of about 1.5 feet in this area to achieve the garage slab elevation there. So there wouldn't be any fill really being brought in. Some of the fill that was cut would be used on the lower side, for the swale, probably the basin, but it's not a site that's going to be filled up by any stretch of the mind.
And then the adjacent one is
Uh,
290, is that 298 to 296?
The existing grade, yeah, 298 here. It's relatively consistent at 298. We have 297.3 for a finished grade, so you're only about less than a foot below existing grade.
But that house is what, 5 feet?
4
feet? No, 3 feet above the other one?
3 feet
3 feet.
ish.
Yeah. And then the next one is what, 3 and some change?
The existing house?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 300 is the existing contour here, so 300.5 or so. So yeah, so they're about 3 feet of elevation difference across the board.
On each one. Okay. Can you explain your how you intend to keep drainage on site and not on the neighbors or running down to the street on the new lots, I guess?
So I mean, the natural course of the drainage is kind of going this way, which brings it to the swale, the basin, just naturally. And then there's a conveyance swale here that will trap anything that comes forward and send it into the swale here.
So does that mean the drainage from 1/8, the lot on the right, will kind of end up in the swale on the left? Okay. Was there any consideration to creating drainage or infiltration on the middle lot there to keep everything on each lot versus moving across lots like that?
In looking at it as a whole, the whole plan, it made the most sense to do it that way so we could trap any water before it got off site. This conveyance swale really is for just this portion of the driveway where the roof runoff will be caught by these drip edges. So it's not a massive amount of water that will be coming across this driveway.
Okay. Well, in the street itself, is there any water? It looks like the street drains from right to left there.
There'll be a negative pitch on the driveways, so all the water will be contained on site. It won't run off into the street.
Okay. What about the street itself against the site? Is there a curb or a proposed curb?
There's no curb on Morningside, and we have not proposed curb.
Okay. I believe there were some questions about maintenance of the pumping and.
So the pump stations there's 2 pump stations, 1 for each house, and 2 individual lines. So if anything were to go wrong with the lines or pump stations, it wouldn't affect any of the other 2 houses, where the existing house gravities into Taft Street, and then the 2 proposed houses are completely separate.
Okay. There was one question about the sewage. Why go to Taft Street?
There's no sewage in Morningside. The sewer lines pick up to the north of where we are on Morningside. So Taft is the closest place to get to tie into the sewer.
Okay. All right. Anybody from the board have any questions of the applicant here while I'm
Weber.
sorting through? Mr. Weber?
Yes, I don't know if that was mentioned, what is the soil type that is in there for drainage on the property?
This is the soils line right here, and CMD, which I believe is Canton, but I'm not 100% positive, is the prevailing soil type.
Is that good drainage soil?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. right. Other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Barley.
Mr. Higginson, I just wanted to make sure we adequately covered this. I know that you expressed the view that with respect to Ms. Meadis, that to the extent that there was runoff onto her lot, it would be coming from the other side of Morningside Drive. But I'm wondering if you could just address the concern she expressed about potential overflow from the retention basin, that's on the new proposed lot, and how and to what extent, that would be retained, and whether there's a risk of that draining onto her property.
So there is a proposed spillway here, as there is with any basin. It's been designed adequately to handle the stormwater on the site. If it were to overflow, this area right here is the natural course of where the water would go, and the low point being the culvert right here. So if this were to overflow, it would come down through here and then find its way into the culvert and out. This contour, this is 278, 76. This is 274 here. This is the 276 contour. And then her driveway is over in this area. In here, the driveway is at similar elevation. It does kind of drop down as it goes into her house over here, but that's far enough away from the area where this water would go that I wouldn't anticipate that you would see flow coming from here and ending up in her driveway. There's also, going from memory, a 6-inch or so shelf on the side of her pavement down to the natural grade that would have to be overcome by water as well, which is significantly higher than the inlet to that culvert.
Is there a reason why the spillway is so far up the side of the detention basin?
I don't know why that spillway was situated there versus closer to the road.
Okay. Mr. Weber?
Yes, is there any way that during construction, or actually not the construction, but the landscaping, that you could change and regrade this so that no water would go onto her property at all? And that's what we try to get, is when we have new construction, that there is any significant water coming off of one new construction onto a person's property, that it would actually go and would not go onto the other person's property. Is that possible?
So the drainage report shows a net decrease in peak flow. So all the water would be contained and treated on site, and it wouldn't sheet flow off onto her property.
That's what I mean. I wanted that to be said so that
that's reflected in the drainage study, and I believe the engineering comments speak to that as well.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Barley.
Just one of the things, I'm not sure that we did cover this.
Yeah.
But Ms. Meadis had also asked about tree removal and disturbance, and potential impacts on her property as a result of clearing the landscaping on the lots to be constructed on, clearing the trees there. I wonder if Mr. Higgins, you could just address that briefly too.
I'm not an expert in how clearing trees affects trees off-site, but there is tree line to remain here, and all the water is being treated on site. So as far as a concern of what's going to happen to the trees, I mean, I guess I really don't have an answer for that, but I wouldn't expect any detriment to the trees off-site. There's a buffer being left to the road, to the property line, so there won't be any damage to the root systems. I don't really know what what else we can do to reassure her that there won't be problems with her trees on site, on her site, but it's something that's out of our control because those trees are not, within the property that we're looking at here.
Other questions by the board?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just could be an oversight on my part. I just don't see it clearly delineated on the plan. Could the applicant indicate the square footages of all three parcels and confirm that they meet, I believe it's RA zoning requirements for square footage?
So we have 9,616 square feet on the lot to the north, 7,822 on the middle lot, and 12,276 on the southerly lot. And the minimum requirement, I believe, is 7,500 square feet. So the one that's the closest would be the middle lot at 7,822.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions by the board for the applicant? Okay, I think you can stop sharing the plans, Mr. Higginson. Yeah. So, okay, before I close the hearing, are there other questions by the applicant or excuse me, by the board of the applicant or of staff? Okay. Go ahead.
Do we just want to give either the public or one representative from the public one more opportunity to respond?
Yeah, I think I could probably give a few more minutes, because we'd have people get together and have one more, which is kind of rather complicated in Zoom. So I understand that. So I guess I'll give a time limit maybe here of 5 minutes. Is there any other questions or about the public or continued concerns that haven't been addressed that they'd like the applicant to respond to? Go ahead, Ms.
Metis.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead and state your name and address again, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is MJ Metis and I live on 15 Morningside Drive. Basically, it appears that if any damage is made to my property or any drainage is on my property, that it doesn't matter. That's what I'm hearing from the developer.
Yeah.
That I am responsible for any damage that is to my property based on that development. That they're not taking any responsibility. And that is really unfortunate.
Okay, I'll pass that on. Any other questions or comments by the audience? We got a couple more minutes.
Barbara Presley, is there any chance that you could have a site review? Could your members of your committee go out and make sure that they take a look? It's so hard to describe the dangerous part of this site because the drop off is on the other side of the road. And we don't I drive this regularly. I have no idea what is holding up the road because on the one side, there's no land. It's just a sheer drop off. If there's any way before you make a decision, if you could have a site review or make sure that your people actually eyeball this.
Okay, duly noted. Any other questions by the public?
Yeah, I have another comment that that northern lot, I think, slopes off rather well noticeably. I wonder if when you're talking about the square footage of the lot, you consider the usable square footage. If it is like my lot is very big, but the usable square footage is very small. Just to kind of.
Thanks. I still have 1 minute left from my original 5 minutes. Does anybody else want to have a comment from public?
Yeah, this is Craig again at 6 Taft Street. My concern is the pumping stations for sewage. I'm afraid that if, one of those stations go out, they're gonna have sewage all over the streets or into the neighbors' yards. My question is, why isn't the builder required to go to sell sewage down to Main Street like all the other houses on Morningside Drive? Why are these two lots not required to do that?
Okay. Bring that up one more time. Okay, my 5 minutes is up. I will go back to the applicant for one more rebuttal. Looks like, again, there's still concerns regarding damage during construction, sheet flow or flow from one site to the other, and sewage. Can you maybe address those three things? Do you want to add anything else, I guess, to those three?
So, I mean, we've designed the site so that there won't be any damage to the neighboring site to the north. All the improvements are going to take place on our site. So it's been designed and engineered so there shouldn't be any impact to that site. As far as the sewer goes, Taft is the closest place that there's sewer, and we're going across property that we own. So we can provide an easement for that. If we were to have to go down to a street removed, we would have to go under Morningside Drive and then through private property to get to a sewer main that was downhill. So that's really not feasible. So going into Taft Street is really it's the best alternative that we have.
Okay. And again, if the pumping stations don't work, essentially just that affects the one house.
It affects the house that it's servicing, and generally speaking, if somebody has a problem with the sewer leader house, they're gonna do what they have to get it fixed.
Okay. All right, thanks. Anything else from the applicant or anything else from the board while we're in the hearing? Mr. Bollinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has there been confirmation that site distance requirements are satisfied for the new driveways? It's kind of a confined area. I just wanted to make sure, given some of the vertical constraints, less horizontal, but more vertical, particularly with the drop off traveling northbound on Morningside, if there was any confirmation of adequate site distance.
Mr. Higgins? Yeah. Mr. Higgins, that one was for you. Yeah.
So there's a sag in the road. So if you're traveling northbound coming from Taft Street up Morningside Drive, it's a consistent slope from the driveways back to the intersection, and there's clear sight all the way to the intersection. If you're traveling beyond our site up Morningside Drive, there is a sag there, but you can see down into the sag and up over the uphill side of it from both of the driveway points. So you can see any cars that are coming just about for the length of Morningside Drive in either direction.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. But was there any formal measurement though? Per the standard AASHTO or city sightline requirements for the driveway locations?
There were no comments that came back from DPW requesting that, so that was not done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bollinger. Any other questions by the board? Okay, hearing none. I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing on this matter. Move into the meeting. So we've got in front of us 3-lot subdivision, steep slope, obviously, or reasonably steep slope. We've got some drainage provisions that have been proposed. I would, in my opinion, they're pretty significant drainage provisions for a residential lot. I mean, they're not typical, I guess. My own kind of 2 cents on the pumping stations is those are reasonable and only affect the lots that are that are using them. but I'm welcoming any comments by the board or discussion items. Anybody want to discuss this? Comments?
I have a comment.
Mr. Peterson.
In listening to this discussion, I kept thinking to myself, I really wish I drove past this location and got a firsthand look at it. Because imagining it on paper and seeing it in person, I think could be two different things. And when Citizen Presley talked about, the steep drop off and like you really need to see it for yourself. And none of that is like shown in the paperwork. I would feel much more self-assured in my final decision if I had a firsthand look at this location.
Okay. Other questions or other discussion items by the board? Mr. Varley?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I guess two things. I did want to just, say, I mean, I would tend to defer to the judgment of others in terms of the sufficiency of the drainage. But I think the applicant said on, several occasions that, it is their view that the improvements that are being made, will not will result in a situation where there's not a negative impact on the abutters, and in particular that the stormwater plan would result in a net decrease in runoff. So just to I think to Ms. Meads' point in particular, I don't think the applicant was saying that that if something happens that it's on her. I think what they're saying, what the applicant is saying is that it's their view that there will not be any negative impact. And just as a practical matter, I mean, if the developer did cause some damage to abutting properties during construction, they would be responsible for that. And then I think to Mr. Peterson's point just now, I mean, I am very familiar with with this street. My in-laws live on Orchard Ave, so I know the area pretty well. And I do know that there is that drop off on the other side of Morningside Drive, but I'm not sure that it's really particularly relevant to the project we're considering here. And beyond that, we've not received any comments, to my knowledge, from the engineering department or anyone within the planning staff expressing any concern about that drop off on the other side of Morningside Drive, and I don't see it really as being impacted by the project that's under consideration here.
Okay.
Weber?
So Weber?
Number 3 to the staff, what's that number?
Well, that'll be up for the board to decide. Decide what contribution amount.
Okay, if it's $50 per foot, what would it be?
Well, they're offering, in the staff report, they're offering to make a contribution based on the frontage of Morningside, subtracting out the driveway width, and that would be $13,576.50. If the board were to include the frontage on Taft, it would be an additional $5,695. However, the applicant is not offering that contribution. They're just offering the $13,576.50.
Okay, I'll leave that up to the board, the rest of the board members. Thank you.
And then if the board were to decide to approve this plan, stipulation number 5, the name and dates would need to be changed.
I'm sorry, say that again. I'm sorry.
Stipulation number 5.
Yes.
Updated comments from Pete Gahami, professional engineer, dated October 8th. And then if, Mr. Weber, if you wanted to add the construction affidavit waiver, I do have it available. So I could read it for you, if the board decides to do that.
Right. But the rest of the board has to agree to that. Right. Thank you.
Other
additional waiver too that they're requesting for underground utilities.
Right. Okay. Other comments by the board? Thoughts? Concerns? Anybody? All right, anybody willing to make a motion?
I thought we were gonna, we haven't discussed the contribution, what the board
Okay.
feels about the contribution.
All right, Mr. Weber, what's your feelings on that?
Usually we've done just frontage. That's what we've usually done. Because it's, that extra is a great deal of extra. And so usually I think we have done that. I'm just asking the rest of the board what they think about that.
Yeah, my own 2 cents. I mean, corner lots have always been kind of a question for us. Certainly when the corner lot has essentially been the new buildable lot. We have, in all the instances that I can think of, included both street lengths in the calculation of the sidewalk contribution. But when the corner lot is not the buildable lot or the new buildable lot, we've gone back and forth to some extent, depending on the sort of overall site impact and need. So that's sort of, Mr. Barley, would you say that's accurate with regard to the last few years on the board here? So
Yeah, I think that is accurate. And as you said, it is, the corner lots are always present a little bit of a difficulty, because of, what Mr. Weber just described, where you are adding that additional frontage. And I think particularly in a case like this, where that is not the lot that's being built on. I'm trying to recall, because I don't have it in front of me, the board had adopted some more specific guidelines, which included the exception for the driveway width. I don't believe that we specifically addressed corner lots in those guidelines, but I think I would be inclined here, given the circumstances where the corner lot is not the buildable lot, it does not seem unreasonable to exclude the frontage on Taft Street in terms of calculating the contribution.
okay. Any discussion on that by any other board members? Okay. What about Mr. Peterson's discussion about additional time to review the site in person? Is there any other people that are desiring to make that happen? Or we certainly have the opportunity. I mean, we don't do it all the time, but we definitely do have the opportunity to do a site visit. Yeah.
Chairman, I would like to do that if possible.
Yeah, and procedurally, I guess, Linda, how does that affect the timing for the applicant?
Well, we could, is it going to be a scheduled site walk where you're all going out together? Or you're all just gonna go out on your own time, and then we could just continue this or table it to the next meeting, if you're just gonna all go out on your own time. But if we do a scheduled site walk, then we have to notice it and do that, so.
You go individually.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if is there any detriment to the because we're on their application sort of timeframes, that they, yeah.
So the board just took jurisdiction tonight, so the 65 days start now. And so we
Okay.
just- jurisdiction.
Yep. Okay. So that wouldn't really impact that. Okay. Yeah. Others, and of course, so I have It sounds like Mr. Peterson, Mr. Hirsch are in favor of that. Is there any? But it is certainly a site that has different slopes to it than we typically see. So we've had a few of these that we've had to look at. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Mr.
I drove by the site this afternoon and I really was, I recognized that there was a drop off. I had no idea the implications, which were brought up at the meeting today. Is there any way that the engineer could be on site or someone could be on site to explain to us if we went individually, or I don't know, there's a mechanism we could use so it wasn't a formal meeting?
Well, we can certainly request the engineer to be available and or provide comments specifically regarding the slopes and the drop offs and things like that prior to a date when we, table tour or something like that,
Okay.
You can request that. I don't know that we can get them to specifically go out there when other people are, unless we do a formal site visit. Yeah,
I understand.
but we can request that input for sure, because we don't have specific comment from engineering. We don't have them actually on board tonight, and we don't have them commenting specifically in the comments that were provided to us. So I think that's a legitimate ask of the engineering department if we want to.
May I comment?
Yeah, Mr. Peterson.
If we do not delay, if we don't go for an on-site visit or coordinate with the engineer, I do feel somewhat reassured after hearing Mr. Varley talk about he's very familiar with that neighborhood, and his impression was this is not a serious concern. Am I correct, Mr. Varley, in saying in your analysis?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm suggesting is, yes, I am familiar with the area, and I understand the drop off that Ms. Presley is describing. What I'm suggesting is that, number one, that drop off on the other side of Morningside Drive is on the opposite side of the street. It's behind the houses on the opposite side of Morningside Drive. So we're not talking. I want to just, I guess, make a distinction between sort of the general slope issues and drainage issues we've been talking about with respect to the site, and then I think what Ms. Presley was identifying, which is a drop off behind the houses on the other side of Morningside Drive, down to Main Street. And obviously I'm not an engineer, so I'm not purporting to speak with expertise on this. But what I do know is that we have not received any comments from the engineering department, or from we haven't received any comments from planning staff indicating that slope on the opposite side of Morningside Drive behind those other houses is somehow a concern with respect to this plan.
Thank you.
I guess what I was saying is, if we do decide to take another look on the site, we could request input from engineering on that topic specifically if we want during that time frame.
Well, having the input from the town and city engineer would make the visit much more worthwhile rather than just our amateur perspective on it. We'd have a professional opinion about any concerns about drop off or cars sliding out of the driveway and going down the hill to Main Street.
All right, any further discussion? Anybody want to make a motion? I mean, we basically have three ways to go. We have approval, disapproval, or tabling, and for a reason to table for something.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Mr. Peters.
I would like to make a motion that we table case number 3, the One Morningside Drive, until we give the planning board members a chance to have a firsthand look at the property and to receive an opinion from the city engineer on the safety of this location.
Okay, and can you put a date? We should give a date that we're,
Any findings that we have, we should report back for the October 22nd planning board meeting.
okay. Okay. So we have a motion to table by Mr. Peterson for the intent of the planning board. Reviewing the site on site and obtaining further comment from the city engineer on the, in particular, the safety of the site as it relates to slope and vehicular traffic. Is there any second on that first?
I'll second it.
So there's a second by Mr. Hirsch. Is there any further discussion by the board on that? Okay, hearing none. Can I get a roll vote, please?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Barley,
No.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Jan Schmidt,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
No.
and Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
And that motion passes 4-3.
Okay. All right, so moving on. So we are approaching 10 o'clock, and in our sort of discussions earlier, we have talked about, or I had talked about, you know, essentially getting a vote by the planning board members on, you know, how much longer they wanted to go with hearing items on our agenda beyond the 10 o'clock hour. So at this point, we're still before the 10 o'clock. So I guess I'm asking folks, you know, what's their thoughts on, you know, I think we're, you know, it's before 10. We would typically take at least the next item on the agenda. But I'm willing to take any kind of discussion items from anybody regarding going further. Can I get some input from you folks?
I'm okay talking about item number 4.
Okay. All right.
I'm fine. Ed Weber,
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that we move on and hear case number 4. But suggest that you know, that if we hear case number 4, you know, and that we not start any new cases by, say, after 10:30. If you know, for some reason that you know, that case moves quickly, then we can consider the next one, but maybe suggest that is sort of a time cutoff.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, I don't think that's a motion. That's something that we can just decide. So I think that's consistent with what we talked about. So I'm going to go ahead and move on with case number 4. And just the folks in the audience and people listening on, if we don't start the next case by 10:30, you know, we'll have to move on to the next meeting, or we'll discuss, I guess, with planning about whether or not there's another meeting that's going to get scheduled. So to catch up, if you will. So let's move on. Case number 4, Crimson Properties LLC, application and acceptance of proposed 4-lot subdivision. This property is located at 599 West Hollis Street. So do I have a motion by the board as to whether or not this application is ready for us to take jurisdiction?
Weber, I move to accept jurisdiction.
We have a motion by Mr. Weber to take jurisdiction, new business number 4. Do we have a second on it?
Second.
Second by Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? Can we get a roll vote on that, please?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Barley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Jan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
That motion passes 8-0.
Okay, so regarding new business number 4, subdivision plan, do we have the applicant representative here that wants to present the plan?
Yes, hi, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tom Zajac. I'm a civil engineer with Hayner Swanson, 3 Congress Street here in Nashua. Here tonight representing Crimson Properties LLC. Also joining me here tonight is Randy Termel from Crimson Properties, as well as attorney Brad Westgate. We're here tonight seeking subdivision approval for a 1-4 lot at the corner of West Hollis and Wellesley. Mr. Chair, I've got a presentation here. I'll try to go as quickly as I can. I'm sensitive to the time of the meeting, and after which we'd be happy to answer any questions from the board or from the public.
Okay.
So if it's okay, I'd just like to bring up a display plan here. I hope everybody can see that.
Yep.
Let's go to full screen. Okay. So the site 599 West Hollis Street, as I mentioned, located at the corner of West Hollis Street and Wellesley Road. It's about a 1-acre site located in the R9 zone. We're abutted to West Hollis Street to the southeast, Wellesley Road to the northeast, as well as existing single-family residential homes to our northwest and southwest. Corner lot, as I said, main frontage on West Hollis Street and Wellesley Road. We do have a very small piece of frontage in the back of the site off of Lantern Lane and Westbourne Drive. The lot currently contains 2 units. There's a single-family dwelling located in the middle of the site, as well as an existing mobile home, which is tucked up towards Wellesley Road. Both dwellings access via an existing shared driveway. You can see it on the aerial photo here off of West Hollis Street. The remainder of the site is currently wooded or lawn area. The property contains a slight to moderate topography. There's a high point in the back corner of the site here where my cursor is, generally draining out to West Hollis Street and Wellesley Road. Based upon test pits performed on the site, the site generally contains sandy soils with varying depths to ledge. There are no wetlands present on site. The existing home and mobile home are serviced via public sewer, water by Pennachuck Waterworks, and overhead electric and telecommunications utilities. There is gas that exists off pavement along our frontage on West Hollis Street. It's also worth noting that both West Hollis Street and Wellesley are both currently under street moratorium, expiring in September of 2021 and July of 2023, respectively. Let me quickly jump to the subdivision plan. So as I mentioned, the proposal is to subdivide the existing lot into 4 new residential lots. On the screen here, I'll start in the lower left-hand side of the plan, and I'll work my way in a counterclockwise manner. So this new lot here is will be known as Lot 221 or 601 West Hollis Street. It'll have a new house and driveway off of West Hollis Street. New lot 66 will contain the existing dwelling and a portion of the existing driveway. The portion of the driveway that is closest to the intersection will be eliminated. As I mentioned, the mobile home and the existing sheds on site will be removed. Let me move to the engineering plan here because you can see it a little better. Lot 2252, 2 Wellesley Road will be located in this area. And then the last lot is new lot 22534 Wellesley Road, furthest to the north. The proposed homes shown on the plan are about 1,200 square foot footprint with a 2-car garage, which is in keeping with the abutting residences. As you know, the lot grading and utility plans, the intent of it is meant to show that the lots can support such a house and demonstrate that they fit within the setbacks, the topography, utilities, etc. The developer certainly reserves the right to make changes to the exact size, type, location, elevation, garage configuration, and utility locations. Typically, these details are finalized at the time of a foundation permit. The reason I bring that up, Mr. Chair, is in the interest of full disclosure, although the current thinking is to keep the existing house as shown on lot 66, there is still some consideration on demolishing the existing house and building a new home in that location. Of course, we need to meet all the requirements of the zone. You can see the homes are tucked up fairly close to the adjacent roadways along Wellesley and West Hollis Street, in keeping with the rest of the neighborhood. The new houses will be serviced by public sewer, water by Pennachuck Waterworks, gas, overhead, electric, and telecommunications utilities. The goal with the new utilities was to minimize the impacts to West Hollis Street. As I mentioned, both roads along our frontage are under moratorium, given the amount of traffic and the greater impact that would cause related to new utility curb cuts or new impacts. We're actually running the sewer for the 601 West Hollis Street lot cross country behind and then out to Wellesley. Again, trying to really consolidate our curb cuts in that location. We did review this approach with the engineering department, and they indicated support for further approval from the Board of Public Works if we're successful here tonight. We are also reusing the sewer and water services from the mobile home for the first lot on Wellesley. As I mentioned, Mr. Chair, two key elements were minimizing impacts given the street moratorium. I think we've done that here. We've really eliminated any impacts to West Hollis Street with most of our utility cuts along Wellesley. Again, engineering department supported that approach. Stormwater I can speak to very quickly. If there's more questions, I'd be happy to answer. Our approach is really to eliminate some of the existing impervious surfaces that are on site. And then we're going to capture the roof runoff, not only from the new homes, but the existing homes, and pipe and recharge that stormwater in roof infiltration units located on each lot. We've also got the sign off from the engineering department related to stormwater. Again, I can speak more to that if there are specific questions. Mr. Chair, we are asking for two waivers tonight in my letter dated September 22nd. I'd just like to call that letter into the record. The first waiver is for sidewalks. We're offering a contribution in lieu of building new sidewalk along Wellesley Road. As outlined in the staff report, there is existing sidewalk opposite of West Hollis Street along our frontage. The second waiver request is related to overhead electric and telecommunications utilities. Most of the lots will be serviced via across from West Hollis Street and Wellesley Road. Again, we're trying to minimize impacts with regards to curb cuts coming off of the street. It's also worth noting that the majority of the existing homes in this neighborhood are serviced by overhead utilities. So those are our two waiver requests here tonight. So in closing, Mr. Chair, we believe this application is complete and conforms with the subdivision plan regulations. We feel like the property is being developed in a responsible manner and will provide additional housing units at a time when that is very much needed. Our client is certainly sensitive to the fact that this is an infill development and has worked very hard to meet with the direct abutters to introduce the project and answer any questions. We did submit two letters of support that appear in your package. I understand from the initial communication that there are also two letters with concerns. I believe that Mr. Turmel has either contacted or tried to contact those two abutters. We did not receive a copy of those letters of support, so I'd be happy to speak to those concerns if and when they do arise here tonight. And as I mentioned regarding condition number 6, I did meet with the city engineer earlier this week to review the 17 comments that were issued last Friday. We were both in agreement that there's really nothing significant there that would impact the overall design or subdivision layout, and we can handle those comments post-approval. So that ends my presentation here tonight. And as I mentioned, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I just have one question regarding, so if the existing house is raised and you go for, put a new building there. The driveway that's depicted is essentially locked in on the site plan, right? So
Correct.
you would have to utilize the driveway as indicated in the site plan right now.
I think that would be the intent, yes.
Yeah, okay. So that you obviously couldn't change a curb cut or anything like that from what's being proposed on the plan now, or it's really the existing curb cut, right? So
Correct. Yeah, I would say the intent of what we're proposing would have to stay intact, and I would defer to staff if there were any adjustments to that, to defer to them. My expectation would be, for example, if we try to eliminate the driveway we're saving and use the one closer to the intersection that we're currently proposing to eliminate, I would think that would be a big enough change that we would have to come back before the board should we make that change. So yes, I would agree with that sentiment.
okay, thanks. Okay. Other questions of the applicant by the board?
Yes, I have a question.
Mr. Peterson?
On lot number 2251, the furthest left one on your drawing, will its sewer flow over to Wellesley Road just using gravity, or will that also need a pump?
Correct, Mr. Peterson. It will flow by gravity. You can actually see the sewer profile in the upper right-hand corner of this plan. But yes, it will all be gravity over to Wellesley.
Thank you.
And in the letter that we have in our packet, we do have some abutter concerns regarding a few different things. I'm reading down through it right now. We've already talked about the sewer. What about ledge and blasting? Is there any expectation that there would be any?
So you can see on our plan, we did a handful of test pits throughout the site. And what we found were generally sandy soils with varying depths of ledge. You can see from the topography on the plan that there are a couple higher points in the site in this location here, where the depth of ledge was slightly shallower than other locations. So I think what we found in our test pits was that it was more of, it wasn't competent ledge, it was more rippable and large boulders. So I can't speak to the exact amount of ledge that will be encountered, but we would certainly expect it to be a minimum amount.
Okay, and then obviously any blasting would have to be done in accordance with any kind of regulations and notifications and all that. Can you just explain how that works quickly? Yeah.
In terms of the notification, yeah, there's a specific process that the fire department requires, among others, related to blasting. Correct.
Okay. Are these homes proposed to have basements?
I actually I don't know that answer. If Randy's on the call.
I am here. Good evening, folks. Randy Terrell, Crimson Properties. These homes will all have full basements. Okay. If I could just go back to the question about ledge, I've done a total of 8 test pits out here, and though it is Ledgewood Hills across the street, surprisingly, 4 of the 8 test pits were beautiful sandy soils. There was some bony rocks in the back corner of 2251. We were able to go down probably a solid 10 feet and move it with an excavator. So I'd be very shocked if we had to blast, ledge at all.
Okay. Yeah. Other questions of the applicant by the board?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Bollinger, I'll start with.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I guess just generally speaking, the intersection at West Hollis, Wellesley, and Ledgewood Drive, that's signalized. And you're adding another driveway southerly. So if you combine the existing driveway for lot 66, as well as the proposed dwelling for lot 2251. And then I realize it's not part of your development proposal, but immediately abutting to the south or west, lot 1220, you're basically going to have three residential driveways within 300 feet of a signalized intersection. I guess I would point out, I think that's already a congested condition. West Hollis Street carries 17,000 vehicles per day, and you're adding another residential driveway in that close of a proximity to a signalized intersection. Were there any comments that came back from engineering regarding that, or do you think that's safe or adequate for a residential driveway?
So in response to that, I would certainly point out that the existing lot contains 2 dwellings, the single family house and the mobile home. So there are 2 dwellings there and 2 driveways. One very close within 20-30 feet of the intersection. So as I mentioned, we're proposing to eliminate that curb cut. And so therefore we'd be vastly improving the situation in terms of eliminating that close curb cut so close to the intersection. We're pushing it back from about 20-30 feet, which would be in this location, to the proposed driveway, which is about 160 feet away from the intersection. The other thing that I should point out is those 2 units are pushed back far enough where both the existing driveway for new lot 66 and the proposed driveway for new lot 2251 are far enough back where we'd be able to provide a full turnaround within there. So you would not have cars backing out into West Hollis Street just past the signal. And of course, Wellesley Road is, a more of a neighborhood road, a low volume traffic. So, and specific to this issue, we did not receive any engineering comments related to the location of those driveways or adding any new driveways along West Hollis Street.
Mr. Bollinger, you all set with that, or?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Harper, I think I heard you earlier, had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just point to and kind of explain how the water is going to run off the driveway in the front of lot 2251?
Yeah. So as I mentioned in my presentation, the lot really drains from the back of the side out to West Hollis Street and Wellesley Road with no formal treatment practice or anything like that. It's an older lot. On 2251, the driveway will just drain out to the roadway and stay along that curb line, continue along the curb line to the west and enter the city drainage system in this location. So in terms of our drainage approach, we are letting our new driveways go. This is an urban site in terms of driveways. We don't have long driveway lengths to be able to really capture drainage. It's a difficult situation to try to pitch a driveway that's this short. So as I mentioned, in order to offset that new impervious area, we're eliminating existing pavement and roof area on site, and then we're fully capturing and recharging runoff from the houses themselves. So the combination of those allows us to meet the city's stormwater regulations for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Weber?
Mr. Weber?
Yes, on what you were just talking about, the water being shed onto West Hollis, because of the contours that are on 2251, wouldn't it be possible to, when you're putting this driveway on, to also pitch it to the east so that all the water doesn't come onto West Hollis, but it swells to the property, not just totally down the driveway onto West Hollis?
Mr. Weber, which location? Are you talking about this location here?
All of that side, yes, all the way up to the building. If that was tilted, to the east, onto the property. If it had because you have contour there, you're not
Correct.
going against that contour. So I'm just saying, if you had the contour going towards that and contour the land and everything, which you have an opportunity going forward, is to contour it so that not all the water just goes and drains right onto West Hollis and into the stormwater, that it is kept on the property and better.
I understand that that's one approach we could have taken. We went the route of the roof drainage approach that I just discussed to meet the city's stormwater regulations. And one of the considerations there was that there is a little bit of topography in that location and this driveway sloping down. We also have the gas and existing gas and water mains that are off pavement right along that curb line. So if we were trying to pitch this down to, let's say, a leaching catch basin in that location, it would be fairly difficult to capture that water in a reasonable manner while still respecting those utilities that run along that right of way.
I'm not asking for a drain at all. I'm just saying a little bit of a pitch so that when you have a rain coming down, it doesn't all go out into the street. Some of it does go and stay on property. It doesn't have to have a catch basin. I'm not talking about that.
This area is all sloping towards West Hollis Street. There's no low spot here or anything. So any water is going to make it into the curb line of West Hollis Street.
Thank you.
And West Hollis does though has a curb line with a drainage on the edge of the road that goes to catch basin there. Yeah. So it wouldn't get into the road per se. It would be right on the edge. Yep. Okay. Other questions for the applicant by the board?
I have something.
Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Currently at 599 West Hollis Street, they have a semicircular driveway where both houses there can enter one way and exit another. Makes it much easier to get in and out with that shared driveway. But these new structures will have individual driveways. And in my opinion, it won't be easy getting in and out without having to really maneuver around to a 3-point turn in your driveway, because on West Hollis Street, it can be so busy. You can sit there for 20 minutes trying to cross 2 lanes of traffic to get out of your driveway or one of those side streets. So I think losing that semicircular driveway and having individual driveway for each structure on West Hollis Street is going to be difficult for future homeowners, in my opinion. And does the applicant have any feedback on what to do about those single lane driveways? Thank you.
I think my response to that would be that along West Hollis Street, we've taken careful consideration to make sure that both the modified existing driveway in this location here and the new driveway, those residents would be able to turn around. There's enough room there so that they're not backing out into West Hollis Street. So again, in the existing condition, we have 2 units with 2 driveways out to West Hollis Street. In the proposed condition, again, we have 2 units with 2 driveways. I would argue that the proposed condition is a safer condition because we've eliminated the existing driveway that is very close to that intersection. So I would argue that this is a better condition along West Hollis Street.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Peterson? Oh, you're on mute.
Hang on. No, thank you for the reply. I understand what you're saying, and there are plenty of houses along there that are faced with the same thing. When they try to leave their house and they have to cross 2 lanes of traffic, somehow they do it. So personally, I wouldn't want to live there, but they do, and I'm sure the other people will make that decision for themselves. Thank you.
Other questions by the board for the applicant? Okay. Hearing none at this time, I will go ahead and open. Is there anybody in the audience wishing to speak in opposition or concern to the plan or have a question for the applicant? Please go ahead and unmute, state your name and address for record, please.
My name is Paula Johnson. I live at 15 Westbourne Drive, right around the corner of this project. So I'd like to clear the record a little bit on some misinformation here. First of all, some of the people who live on West Hollis Street have been living there for 30, 40 years, right near this development. The second thing, when we talk about Wellesley Road, it's a low volume road. Really isn't, because you cannot get out of Parkhurst or the other street down and Heidi. It's impossible. Back about 35 years ago when Ledgewood Hills was built, I think it's somewhere around that time frame, I was one of the residents that pushed for a traffic light at Wellesley Road because we knew that it was going to be impossible at some point in time to get out of the street. Now, when we talk about the two homes on Wellesley Road, are we talking about the driveways right by the traffic light? Because it's impossible now with Wellesley Road to get even a light to change. Before Chief Carrigan, I had been on the phone numerous times with many other people who live on West Hollis Street about the fear and the constant of people running that red light. It goes on and on and on. So I have a lot of concerns about this. Like I said, I live right around the corner on Westbourne Drive. I also have a concern about the fact that it took me a large amount of time just to get this information for tonight's meeting. And I think because I'm not a direct abutter and there's other people in the neighborhood aren't direct abutters, we weren't privy to this information until signs went up. But this is a very high traffic area, West Hollis Street. I have concerns with any driveways being on Wellesley Road, being able to get out, because if anybody looks at Wellesley Road, you have on the left turn lane, and then you have the right turn lane. And the light doesn't change half the time, and they keep going out and fixing it. What else did I want to say about that? I think these are just big concerns that I don't think we're looking at. And it's very easy to say we're going to plop 4 houses with full basements into this area. I don't think it really can support it. And I have concerns with Wellesley Road there, with any houses being there, because it's going to hurt us residents trying to get to the light. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition or concern to the plan or have a question on the plan?
This is Chris Conmee. I'd like to comment.
Sure, go ahead. Can you give your name and address, please? Yeah.
Sure, it's Chris Conmee, and we own the property at 1 Wellesley Road, which is directly across from the 2 new homes being proposed.
Okay.
And I have a few different comments. So first, to follow on what the previous person was just saying, definitely agree that that intersection with Wellesley is not a low traffic because of the people from the other neighborhoods who have to come over and use that light. As you know, when the city repaved a couple years ago, they actually turned that end of Wellesley Road from 2 lanes into 3 lanes to be able to add a turning, 2 turning lanes to accommodate the amount of traffic that comes through there. I can also tell you from experience living right at that intersection, there are times that we want to, we, like the new houses, have to back out of our driveway. We don't have enough length to turn around. There are times when we want to get into the left-hand, the opposite lane of Wellesley, and are unable to do it because of the traffic. So we have to back out into the right lane and go up the street and do a loop to turn around to get down into the lane that we want because of the amount of traffic. So, that is one concern, adding 2 additional driveways to that space, especially because also at the end of our driveway is an elementary school bus stop. So that's a safety concern as well. The second point I want to make is they were talking about notification of the abutters of this. I just have a question whether the Longwood Terrace Association was notified because all the current residents of Wellesley Road, Radcliffe, and part of Shore Drive are part of a homeowners association. And I'm not sure that that association was notified that there's actually, that this was going on too. And I know several other residents who just found out about this afternoon, didn't realize that this was occurring and had wanted to make comments tonight, but couldn't come to the meeting. So they plan on sending emails to the board directly. I think some already have.
Okay. Thanks. We'll pass those questions along as well. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition or concern to the plan or have a comment they want to make to the applicant?
Yeah,
Yes.
oh, go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay, this is Gary Cook, 615 West Hollis Street. The house on the west that abuts the new properties.
Okay.
I have a lot of concerns. So, yeah, I disagree with the statement that it's going to be safer having two driveways than one with a large turnaround. It just doesn't seem logical to me that would be any safer. Also, there's a large amount of trees right now that's between my property and their property, and a lot of that is that house on lot 2251 is basically going to wipe out most of those trees. I don't know if there's going to be any trees left besides the ones that are on my property. So that's a concern for land erosion and drainage, and privacy. As far as curbside appeal, I was thinking, these all the houses in this neighborhood have a very large front yard. It's very wide, but these houses are going to be very close. They're like, you got four like strange, the shapes of these properties are very elongated, so the fronts of the houses are going to be very small. They're not going to look like the rest of the properties, which to me that's not a very good thing. I'm trying to think, what else do I have? Yeah, I about the waiver for overhead lines. I mean, yes, the rest of the properties, the older properties that have been there for 30 some years have overhead lines. But if they're going to put in this many houses in this small area, there's going to be a lot of lines overhead, and it maybe just seems like it's going to be a bit of an eyesore. And if in the future the rest of the residents do go underground, it's like these are brand new houses. That's the way they're going to be for the next 30, 50 years. We don't know. I just wanted to state that. I don't think I have anything else.
Okay. All right. Thanks for your comments. We'll pass them along. There was somebody else, I think, that.
Yeah. Good evening.
Okay.
This is Lisa Callery from One Lantern Lane.
Okay.
Just to go with what some of the other folks were saying, this last Tuesday, I believe it was, when I got the notification about this meeting, it's the first I heard of this. I've had no contact, in my property, as you can see, abuts the entire side of 2251, the upper side. I sent an email. One of the questions was answered. Another was shown in the other plan that was showing the houses. One question that was in that email that was not discussed or brought up was, what is the deforestation plan? How much is going to be taken down? The entirety of this property behind the existing dwelling is woods, basically. So it's very concerning, as, yeah, I would like to know, first, for privacy, secondly, for the age of the trees. They're huge, they're really tall, and it does promote drainage issues, erosion issues, and on and on and on. So I would like to know, I'd like to have that addressed by the developer and by the civil engineer. What is do they have any idea yet, in their proposed placement of the homes and things, how much is actually going to be removed of our forests, of our wooded area?
Okay, thanks. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition or concern to the plan or have any questions? Okay. All right, so hearing none, I'll come back to the applicant. So just, I'm sure you're taking notes, but there was several questions regarding traffic, particularly maybe addressing the traffic on Wellesley. There was questions regarding, sort of the amount of anticipated tree cutting in areas. The overhead lines was discussed. And then on the notification stuff, I think I'll have staff respond to that, but why don't you respond to those couple of comments or anything else you want to respond to?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I tried to take pretty good notes. Let me know if I missed anything. I'll hop around because some of the comments were fairly similar, so just bear with me. So the first person was discussing the Wellesley Road traffic light and about the notification process and the size of the houses and kind of how they're going to look. So my response to that is related to the houses. As I mentioned, the footprints are generally in keeping with the existing neighborhood out there. You can certainly see this on this plan here in terms of the size of the footprint versus the abutting lots. The setbacks from that we're proposing from the houses to the roads. Again, we do have flexibility to work within the building envelope of these lots to place the home. I think along Wellesley, certainly those lots are tucked up a little closely to Wellesley Road, but that's in keeping with how most of those lots are set up on Wellesley Road, where there's the units are a little closer to the street with larger backyards. So again, we're generally keeping in conformance with the neighborhood with regards to driveways and house size and house location. Regarding the Wellesley Road traffic, I made the statement about it being a lower volume road. I think in keeping with the discussion of West Hollis Street being a much higher volume road. Certainly Wellesley Road does see traffic from this neighborhood feeding into it, as well as Parkhurst and some of the roads that access West Hollis Street along this corridor. The engineering department nor the city traffic department did not make any comments related to concerns about the driveways along Wellesley Road or stacking or any concerns with that signal. So that would be my response to that. I'll let staff discuss the notification process. We followed all the city's procedures with regards to plan submittals and abutter notification lists. The notifications themselves are sent out by the city. So we followed all the normal procedures there with related to abutters. There was a comment made by the gentleman who lives at 615 West Hollis Street, which is located here on the screen. Comments regarding driveways and trees and erosion and privacy, as well as our yards and our house placement maybe not being inconsistent with the neighborhood. I would argue that we are being consistent. If you could see, that house is closer to West Hollis Street than the proposed dwelling to be located at 601 West Hollis Street and the existing home. And his driveway is up closer to the street. You can see that he also has a turnaround to help him navigate in and out of West Hollis Street. And regarding tree clearing, we are showing the limits of tree clearing on the site, proposed tree clearing. You can see that we're essentially clearing to the property line along our common line with lot 1220 here. And then the trees will be saved in a little greater number here in the back of the site. as best we can. We do have that cross-country sewer line. So there will be more trees that will be saved. And we'll be doing some selective tree clearing along these two property lines here. I know Mr. Turmel has had conversations with both of these abutters regarding the tree clearing to remain here. We're going to try to keep as many trees as we can along this common property line, again, allowing us to install that cross-country sewer. You know, if you look at the tree clearing that's on the abutting lots, essentially, you know, they have cleared up to the property line or fairly close to it. So we're doing our best to minimize the amount of grading and impact to this site, minimize the amount of tree clearing in order to construct these lots in a responsible manner. I think that's it regarding the comments that were made.
Thanks. Linda or Matt or somebody, do you want to make a comment regarding notification and how it works? And
Yep. So, well, first I do want to let you know there is one person who would still like to speak. Audrey did want to you know that. But so Chris actually has the files with her with a list of abutters. We get them from the engineer. And then we did send out the abutter notices in a timely manner. It's anybody whose property is, you know, touching or across the street would get notification. And then the signs were also put out so that, you know, anybody driving by who might not be a direct abutter would be able to see that, and that, you know, there is a hearing coming up. So the only condo association that we notified was the Ledgewood Hills. Otherwise, the direct abutters were all notified.
okay, there was a question regarding Ledgewood, I believe Terrace, a homeowners association. How does that work?
The only one that we have is Ledgewood. Was Ledgewood Hills. I don't know if that's the same one.
It's not the same. It's a different association for Wellesley, Radcliffe, and Shore.
Then no, but the direct abutters were all notified.
If I could, folks. Randy,
go ahead. Randy, yep.
Yeah, thank you. I believe that the association, I forget what you just said, whatever the name was.
Ledgewood Terrace.
Yeah.
Wellesley.
Yeah, I believe that they were notified, not directly through me, but I believe that Linda Allen, that lives at 5 Wellesley, notified them. And I say that because I knocked on her door when I was walking the neighborhood, and she had corresponded with me, and they had brought me down to tour the common area, you know, the courts, the pools and so forth. She was going to look into the fact to see if they would invite me or these 4 residents to become part of that association. So just by that fact happening, I believe that through her efforts, they were notified. I did not do that directly, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I guess any questions of the applicant? Well, I guess we had one more person in the audience that I missed. Was it Audrey Gervais?
Yes,
Are
thank you,
still
Audrey.
on? Sorry.
Yep,
Yeah.
thank you. Audrey Gervais. I live at 590 West Paula Street. Couple of questions. When is this project projected to start? How long will it be? I can also attest that it takes me 20 minutes to cross my driveway onto the road that houses 17 to 18,000 vehicles a day. I heard somebody saying it's a highway, and there is a charter school, and it's still a highway with the charter school that nobody pays attention to the speed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, could the applicant maybe just, those are new questions regarding the start and length, the intent anyway.
Randy, do you mind answering those regarding the project timeline?
Sure. It's my intentions to start on 2 of the 4 lots. I'll be starting lot 2252. I would hope to have a foundation in before the end of the year. And then I'm going to make a final decision on lot 66, whether we're going to demo that house or rehab it. I'm leaning towards demoing the house. So if that happens, I'll be working those 2 lots, simultaneously. And then we'll, probably work on the other 2 lots maybe next summertime or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
The duration of the work when you're working on a lot typically?
Well, it takes 6 months to build a house. It's maybe 5 months in good weather, 6 months in cold weather, plus months.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
May
Okay.
I say something again? This is Paula Johnson.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back to the public comment here in a second. Let me just make sure we get the board. Does the board have any questions on the rebuttal or anything at this point? Okay, hearing none. Yeah, I'll since we don't have the ability to group the folks together, I guess I'll do the same thing with a 5-minute time limit for the folks in the audience if you want to or have any questions regarding the rebuttal. I'll start with I think it was Miss Johnson.
Thank you. Again, I live at 15 Westbourne Drive around the corner from Wellesley Road, and I right down the street from Lanton Lane. I have a lot of concerns with any houses going on Wellesley Road because you've got 2 lanes, like one of my neighbors has said. You make the right turn coming off of West Hollow Street, that's 1 lane. On the other side, they broke it down as I explained also. It's your left turning lane, your right turning lane. So if you have driveways and you've got people in these lanes and you're trying to come down to catch the light to make the left turn and people start coming out, it's a mess. When they built the rest of Shore Drive and that new development, we had more traffic coming down through our neighborhood. And, it's easy to say to put these homes here, but you don't look at the long-term ramifications here. We've complained about the traffic, the speed on West Hollow Street. It goes on deaf ears with the chief of police. I have tried continuously. I don't even call anymore. They just run the red lights continuously. And now you're going to put driveways on Wellesley Road. I think this is just totally crazy. And as far as we're not abutters on Westbourne Drive, and I've complained, and this, although you're the planning board and the planning department, I've complained for many, many years that you can see a political sign better than you can see these signs when anything is coming to the board for a hearing. You can't read it. It's so small, you got to jump out of your car, and sometimes you can't because of the conditions of the roads. So I'm not very happy. A lot of the neighbors aren't very happy because they didn't know about this. And I'm asking that the board please hold it till better plans come on what's going to happen on Wellesley Road, especially because to put 2 driveways there on a very small street, that's an inlet and outlet street. It's just totally ridiculous here. I mean, I know that there's no property, there's a shortage of inventory, but I mean, when I was on the Board of Aldermen 15 years ago, we were talking about with Bernie Streeter that we were at a 95% build. I don't know. We're 15 years later. I think, are we at the 100% build yet? That we're going to tear down and drop foundations in every little hole we can find. It's like putting a square peg in a round hole right now because we've got to get them in. And it's not going to be the character of the neighborhood because you're going to have brand new homes and homes that have been built from the 60s, maybe the other part of our development, which we don't belong to the pool. But it's going to be out of the character of the neighborhood to begin with. And I think it's a dangerous situation coming on because school hasn't started yet. But when those school buses come and you have trying to get out of the driveway, it's going to be a hard situation. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thanks. I have 1 minute left. So is there anybody else that has a quick comment that would like to.
Yes, this is Gary
Yep.
Cook again.
Yep, sure.
At 615 West Hollis. As far as the size of the lots, I understand that they are the same size as every other lot in the neighborhood, but the shape is just like they're very awkward shapes, and they don't the size, like from looking at it from the road, it's gonna look like these houses are right on top of each other. They won't look like they have nice yards like our houses do. They're gonna look like they're in the middle of the urban city, and not like they're not going to fit into where they are. And yes, I'll have to agree that West Hollis is very dangerous. It does take us some time to get out of our driveway, unless you time it really well in the morning, or right now we're all working from home. Not quite as dangerous, but when people start getting back on the road, it's going to go right back to where it was, if not getting worse because of the current situation. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks. All right. So I am gonna move on, make sure the board, is there anybody left on the board that has any questions for the applicant or staff before I close the hearing? Okay, hearing none, I'm gonna go ahead and close the hearing. Mr. Zajac, could you close the plan or stop sharing? So I can see the board better. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we have in front of us development. We've got sort of 3 to 4 houses, depending on whether the existing one is demolished or not. It's obviously the last or an infill development, so there is certainly concerns with abutters, which is not atypical for what we see coming before us. Interested to hear any comments or discussion items from the board members.
I have comment.
Mr. Peterson, yeah.
The thought keeps coming back to me about trying to get across West Hollis Street. If you leave those driveways in these proposed houses and you want to head east on West Hollis Street, it is dangerous. You've got to either be really, really patient, be willing to wait indefinitely, or risk your life cutting through the traffic. And then a while back, this board approved an extension to Shore Drive. They put in a nice neighborhood with all these pretty new houses. And those people, they don't like to cross West Hollis Street either. West Hollis Street is right at the end of their street, and they don't use it because it's too dangerous. They drive all the way around Shore Drive to Wellesley so they can have the benefit of the traffic light. And I think putting these 2 driveways in there, that's a matter of choice for those buyers, but I certainly would not want to be one because it is dangerous. That's my opinion.
Other members of the board? Mr. Varley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think a lot of the discussion we've had with respect to this project, that relates to the traffic concerns and the orientation of driveways. As you said, Mr. Chair, it's not uncommon with some of these infill neighborhoods where there are, longstanding concerns about existing conditions. And I think those then get sort of incorporated into the project we're considering. But I think if you take a look at what we're talking about in terms of the scope of the project, we're not talking about materially altering or really altering with any significance what is an existing condition on West Hollis Street. I mean, I don't think anybody's debating that West Hollis Street is an incredibly busy road. It has a really significant traffic volume, but I don't think that adding 3 houses, 2 of which will have driveways, on Wellesley Road, are going to have any real impact on West Hollis. And yes, there will be 2 new driveways, but all of these houses in Wellesley already have those driveways and have to face the same conditions. So, as Mr. Peterson said, yes, these new houses are going to have to deal with this existing condition in the same way that the current residents do. But I don't see it changing what exists now, and I don't see it as a basis for objecting to the scope of this current plan as it's being proposed. And as Mr. Zajac said, I mean, the plan has been reviewed by the engineering staff, by the planning staff, by the traffic engineer, and they have not raised any concerns about the particulars of this plan. And so I think rather than put the burden of the existing condition on this applicant who's proposing a fairly modest development, I think we need to look at the plan as it as it impacts the surrounding area. In my view, that impact is pretty minimal in terms of the sort of the traffic and safety concern.
Thanks. Others on the board?
Just a question on number 2. What is Wellesley's road consist of the contribution?
They're offering $8,700, which is based on the frontage of Wellesley. West Hollis Street already has an existing sidewalk.
Right. Thank you.
Other board members, thoughts? Mr. Ballinger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree in large part with the comments from Mr. Varley. I guess just maybe extending or expanding upon that a little bit. Are we trying to squeeze blood from a stone here? I understand it's a 1 acre parcel, but maybe there was a reason why in 1968 or 1969 there was not more developed here. I could understand this development more if there was access to Lantern Lane or if there was some other access and egress configuration. But by forcing these parcels onto West Hollis Street, even though you could claim that the impact is negligible, you could also, I think, make the same claim that you're potentially exacerbating, if only by a little bit, an already poor situation. Housing shortages notwithstanding, I just don't personally feel that you have to squeeze a residential lot into every centilla of space, especially if there's legitimate traffic and access and egress concerns. So I'll end my commentary there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Others? So my thoughts with regard to the West Hollis condition, I mean, it's hard for me to not look at that there are 2 houses exiting onto West Hollis, and we're done with this. There are 2 houses exiting onto West Hollis.
Okay, if they go there, let them go there.
In my own opinion, I guess, is the current condition with the driveway as close as it is to the intersection is very poor, almost significantly dangerous. So I'm actually concerned about the existing condition on West Hollis than I am more about the proposed condition on West Hollis. That's just my opinion there. And then with regard to Wellesley, I think that the buildings as proposed are definitely in keeping. I understand there may be some concern with the traffic there. But again, I'm sort of in alignment with Mr. Varley that on the significance of it. And I'm always sensitive to the last infill clearing of a site, but unfortunately, when you buy a site next to an undeveloped site, you have to understand that undeveloped site can be developed someday. That's just the nature of when you own a site next to a undeveloped one. So I'm sensitive to that. I do see some attempt to maintain trees in the back, particularly of site 2251. and along some of the other abutting lines. So guess I'm generally in favor of looking at it that way. Anybody else want to make any comments or want to make a motion?
May I make a comment?
Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
I agree. Mr. Varley has a valid point. On West Hollis Street, there's already 2 driveways. However, that's a circular driveway, and it makes it easier to like, get in and get out with your facing forward. However, it is only 2 driveways, and so it doesn't make the situation worse. It's just putting new houses into an existing dangerous situation. And as far as Wellesley Road with the 2 new proposed houses, yeah, that's just adds to the problem. But I drive on Wellesley all the time, and you know, it's not nearly as intense as being on West Hollis Street. So I reluctantly am in favor of this applicant.
All right, any other discussion or anybody want to make a motion? Mr. Farley?
Mr. Leclerc, I would be willing to make a motion. And just before I do so, just one other thing that I wanted to address. I know, you know, the staff already covered this, and as did the applicant to some degree. But I just want to reiterate that I understand that, you know, there was some concern among, you know, non-abutters about notification, but I just wanted to note, I mean, that there is, you know, there is a specific statutory process within the ordinances that determines who gets notice. So it's not as if the applicant or the city just randomly decide who's going to get a notice and who isn't. And this is the case with every single plan that comes before the planning board. So I just did want to reiterate that point, that it's not as if there was faulty notice here, that the people were appropriately notified of the hearing in the same manner that is done for every subdivision site plan that comes before this board. So I just wanted to reiterate that point. With that said, I would like to make a motion, and that motion would be to approve new business number 4 subdivision plan, and that is Crimson Properties LLC, and the proposal is for a 4-lot subdivision at 599 West Hollis Street. And that motion to approve would be based on a finding that the site plan does meet the criteria outlined in site plan NRO section 190-212, consistent with subdivision NRO section 190-138G. I apologize for that. And that motion would include the following stipulations. Stipulation number 1 is a waiver request with respect to section 190-221C requiring underground utilities. And that waiver would read, is granted, will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. Stipulation number 2 also being a waiver request, and that would be from section 190-212A1 requiring sidewalks. And that will read, is granted, will not be contrary to the spirit and intent of the regulation. And in addition, the stipulation will indicate that the applicant has agreed to make a contribution in lieu of construction of sidewalks of $8,700. And then there will be additional stipulations 3 through 7, all reading as written in the staff report.
Okay, so we have that motion by Mr. Varley to approve with the stipulations as indicated. Do we have a second on that?
Second, Weber.
Mr. Weber. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none by the board. Can we get a roll vote on that, please?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclair,
Yes.
Adam Varley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Jan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
No.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
And that motion passes 7-1.
Okay, thank you. We've now sort of exceeded our earlier time commitment or time decision by about a half an hour here. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting on time. Linda, what would be the, do we need to have a decision from the planning board about another meeting subsequent to this? Is that, or what's the agenda looking like for the next meeting?
So for the next planning board meeting on October 22nd, we have just 2 new cases. And then tonight, we tabled 1 Morningside and then the 2 for West Hobart.
Okay.
And we also tabled the Pennachuck. Yes.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. And the school, the site plan for the school.
Yeah.
So that we have on the agenda for the next meeting. So if you want to, if you're planning on not hearing these cases, we'll need to table these to that meeting, if that's what the board wishes.
Okay. All right. So when this would be numbers 8 and 9 at this point, right? So
We have number 5.
Oh, sorry, 5 as well. Sorry, yeah. I missed
5, 9, 5 and 9.
5
and 8.
8 and 9, right?
I knew there was
5, 8, and 9.
5,
Okay.
8, 9.
So I would take a motion by the board, someone from the board, regarding tabling these to our next meeting, which is the date again, Linda?
October 22nd.
October 22nd. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead.
I would make a motion and I will go ahead and combine it for this purposes. And I will say, I don't think it's actually a tabling motion because we haven't taken jurisdiction.
Oh, correct.
Postpone.
Motion postpone.
Yeah.
New business number 5 and new business number 8 and 9 to the October 22nd planning board meeting.
Okay. We have that motion by Mr. Varley to postpone new business number 5, 8, and 9 to the next meeting, which is October 22nd. Do we have a second on that?
Weber, second.
Second by Mr. Weber. Any further discussion by the board?
Mr. Chair, you may want to ensure that the applicants are actually able to attend that meeting.
Yeah, I think, is it possible? I mean, if we table it to that and they can't make that meeting, they can certainly request a different date, right?
Right, then they can ask go to November 5th if they can't make that one. They could send in an email.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
May I speak, Mr. Chair?
Hang on a second, Mr. Varley. Yep.
No, I was just going to say, it looks like a couple of the applicants have their hands up, maybe to comment as to that scheduling.
Yes, I think we're in discussion at that point. At this point, I can just because this is an anomaly, I'll go ahead and take a couple of questions. Sure.
I think
Mr.
as to process and time.
Yeah, just as to process, obviously. I think I saw Mr. Tropolis first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Clearly a long night. Clearly the COVID has kind of wreaked havoc with some of our projects. I realize how difficult this is for you. I would just suggest considering for the October 22nd meeting that these cases 5, 8, and 9 be treated first that evening and not put behind some of these cases we've heard tonight that really weren't ready to be here tonight. And I think, Mike, I can speak for my 2 cases. We are ready, and my clients are not going to be happy tomorrow, but that's okay. That's okay. But I would ask you to consider that these cases be taken up first on that evening. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Perlman. I can't seem to hear you, Mr. Perlman.
You sound there.
Yeah. Yeah, not hearing you. Try muting and unmuting, maybe. Sorry, try.
He's not on mute.
You try a chat.
Type a comment into the comment box. It's not too lengthy.
It's not, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, can't hear you.
Andy, if you want to send in a chat, maybe we could get that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we've got.
He's going to Jerry's office. There he is, right there.
Yeah, I can see him on the other side now.
Mr. Chairman, I would just echo Jim's comments. I'm here for case number 5 and number 8. My clients are under some contractual time constraints, so if we could have priority on the 22nd, it would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Duly noted.
Thank
All
you.
right. Yep. So I guess, I don't know if we really have to put that in a motion. I think that's up to us how we decide what the order is. So I think that's reasonable, and I would agree with that, Linda, if you want to arrange that agenda that way. So, okay. So we had that seconded, I believe, right? So,
Mr. Webb,
Mr. Weber. Okay. Any further discussion by the board? Okay. Can we get a roll vote on that, please?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclaire,
Yes.
Adam Barley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
That motion passes 8-0.
Okay, I am gonna go ahead and just do the other business with regard to the tentative agenda, just to get that off the table. That's pretty quick. For those on the board, had a chance to take a look at the technical review meeting, October 5th. And want to make a motion as to whether there are any items of regional significance on here.
Mr. Weber?
Go ahead, Mr. Weber.
Yeah, I looked at it and I did not see anything that was regional, but I'd like to make a comment as to last meeting. We had one that was Groton Road, and it was on the Massachusetts side of the road. And I think that, when we have something like that, I think we need to contact the city that's on that side of the road. We didn't think there would be, but they found out about it and they wanted to input. So that going forward, I think we got to look at that also. Any kind of business that's on a border, that Massachusetts border, we got to be wary of that.
I don't know. I mean, maybe Linda can comment. I don't think the regional impact consideration applies over state lines, but I could be wrong.
No, and that it doesn't, and that just doesn't really rise to the threshold. It's not like we're accessing that property or creating roads. So no, it wouldn't apply. I know that the abutters were sent notices, so they are aware of it. And I'm not sure, Chris, does it get sent to the town office too? Or would you know? She sends out the notices, but let me unmute her.
I'm not sure if I did that or not, but usually if it's on the town line, we usually send up to the notices to the next town over in Massachusetts.
That's what I'm talking about. That's all.
Yeah. Okay.
We frequently get them from other towns. Like I know I've gotten them from Pepperell as well.
Yeah, that's all I'm talking about. Just the cities, not the people. Oh, no. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Did we roll vote on that? I'm not sure. I can't remember.
We need a
Get a
second.
motion.
We need a second. Yeah.
I'll second in that case.
Second by Mr. Varley. Can we get a roll vote on that? If there are no proposals of regional impact?
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclaire,
Yes.
Adam Barley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
That motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Next other business, the meeting dates for next year. I've taken a quick look at them. I think there might be a couple here that I might want to have some comments on. I would propose that we table this until the next meeting as well, and everybody look closely at the dates. Pay particular attention to like school vacations, things like that. So that we can get some input. I don't want to make a quick call on that because it obviously ripples through the preliminary and agency review dates as well. So I think it'd be fine if we wait till October 22nd to make a final decision on these dates as well, unless I'm not seeing something, Linda, is that okay?
Well, that's fine. I did actually have an applicant today ask me for the 2021 calendar.
Yep.
So I gave him a rough idea of when they would be in January, so they were happy with that. So yeah, I think as long as we vote on it by the next meeting, it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, great. We're gonna move that and the discussion item on Merritt Parkway, do we need to make a motion on that? If our discussion items just follow our agenda?
Yeah,
What's that?
it's just a discussion item.
Yeah, so we would want to hear that on our next meeting as well.
But at the end,
At the,
or how would you like us to order that?
yeah, I think that's a discussion. I think it's gotta be at the end. But
Okay.
that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I agree.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Bollinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Even though we're not discussing it tonight, Merritt Parkway, I guess just for staff and for the board's reference, reading through the packet this evening, there is a number of references to innovative land use controls per RSA 674.21. I think somebody should be prepared to speak to exactly what innovative means, because there's obviously a jurisdictional issue before us, whether or not this goes to ZBA or it comes directly to the planning board. And if somebody could define innovative, because if innovative is just proposing a land use that isn't permitted, like, I don't think that necessarily constitutes innovative, but I'll let others make that call. There appears to be a distinction that needs to be really defined there. So I'm just putting that out there for staff and for the board members to contemplate before we discuss that.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, that we have some guidance on that from staff or corporation counsel or whatever. Yeah, so let's just put that on as an additional discussion if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, good point. Okay, that's the end for what we have on here. I'd be willing to take a motion to adjourn.
No discussion items.
Actually,
Yeah.
Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead, Mr. Bollinger. Yeah.
I'll make just 2 quick points.
Sure.
One, I particularly want to make I want to call out the efforts of staff this week with regard to delivery of packets.
Yeah.
I thought they went above and beyond, and so thank you very much. The other point I just wanted to make was Mr. Petropoulos kind of stole my words there.
Yeah.
New business number 1 and new business number 2. New business number 1 in particular, they were not ready. They were not ready. And I guess I'm wondering how many more times we have to give Roscommon discussion time before they're actually ready to present. It just seems, and I understand COVID, I understand things naturally occur where you can't control. There is a plethora of late submittals, and when we're getting documentation literally up to 2 hours before the meeting starts tonight, you're not afforded a reasonable opportunity to review. And again, I understand things happen, and that's not on staff. Obviously, staff is trying to keep us informed, but you indulged us a couple of meetings ago about discussing a reasonable cutoff time for meeting end times. Is there a reasonable cutoff time for new material being presented? Because honestly, I can see Penachuk coming back October 22nd, literally at 5 o'clock on the day of the meeting, with things that need to be addressed by engineering, but they think that it's good enough that they just emailed it at 5:47 on the day of the meeting.
Sure. Yeah, I think I can talk about that with the board, and all you folks and staff, and see if we can come up with. I mean, that's a board operational thing. That's within our control as well. So to make those, yes, great, good point. All right. Anything else, or we want to make a motion to adjourn? Mr.
Make a motion
Varley.
to return.
Okay, we got a motion.
Adjourn, not return.
Not return. We have a motion by Mr. Weber to adjourn.
To return in October.
Let's get a roll vote on that, please.
Mike Peterson,
Yes.
Scott Leclaire,
Yes.
Adam Barley,
Yes.
Ed Weber,
Yes.
Dan Schmidt,
Yes.
Maggie Harper,
Yes.
Bob Ballinger,
Yes.
Larry Hirsch.
Yes.
And that motion passes 8-0.
All right, thanks everybody for the lengthy time and all your comments. We're adjourned at 11:19.
Night, everybody.